Welcome back. How's everybody doing? Thumbs up. There you are. Good to see you. All right. How was your weekend? There's a thumb. How's the studying going? Yeah? Good. I tutored somebody last week from another class. She was recommended to me, and she passed. She failed the state 3 times, and she made it this time. You know, it's just kind of honing in on the trouble spots, really. So, test questions, right? Practice test questions. That's a key. Just really taking your time and taking a deep breath and reading that question. We're at that point where there's enough content that we've been going through. Notice a few of you have taken the quarter term exam. This week is probably a good week to take it because we will have covered enough content to make it worth your while, right? You get 2 tries at it. But look at the ones you got wrong, the ones you're confused about, bring them to me in the class, mention them to me, and we'll talk about them and try to help you figure out how to do better at the mistakes. So that just goes, it's a standing offer from here, of course, to the end. And also for any other things that you do, right? Any other practice exams or things that you run across out there, just let me know and let me help you make some sense of it, right? Because unfortunately, this is like the SAT, LSAT, GRI? No, yeah. GMAT, that's another one. Those standardized tests, you know, it's like, it's what we have to work with. It's not ideal. I'd rather it be more of a hands-on apprentice, kind of a different way that you get your license, but it involves some skill in taking tests. And some people have just some pre-existing conditions from when you were in school previously, and maybe test taking was a concern, a challenge, right? And so that can be a hurdle, and it just takes some strategy, right? It's not even real estate skills, it's test taking skills that hold you back sometimes. So the overall advice I give is to scan the question first, go to the last one, the last sentence in the question, see what they're even asking for, so that you can more carefully read it through and identify the things that you need, especially when it's math. They're going to give you more numbers and things than you need to work the problem. And so part of your expertise is knowing which thing to ignore, which things you don't need. So if it's excise tax you're calculating and they give you the sale price and the tax value, you don't need some of that material. You don't need that tax value because excise tax is based on the price. What is the formula for excise tax, by the way? You can speak up. You can put it in the chat. Any of those things work. Yeah. There you go. Either or. You can say it either way. The official definition is exactly that: $1 per $500 of the sales price. Or, as they are showing in the chat, the actual math calculator procedure is the sale price divided by 500, and then round up. That rounding step. They might very well give you an answer choice that's $411.13 and another one that's $412 to test whether you remember to round, right? So that could be a thing. But for the most part, besides that intentional reason for testing you on a rounding thing, they're not going to give you 2 answer choices that are a rounding error apart. But excise tax involves knowing to round up, so that would be a little different. We got into agency, the first big one, the first big chapter. We talked about how it all started all the way up until the 1950s It was just sort of go find an agent and ask what they had for sale, and then go find another one and ask what they had for sale, because they didn't share information. Agents didn't cooperate back then. They started to. They eventually realized it would go better for them if they did cooperate. And so that turned into the multiple listing service. And in the beginning, it was these catalog books, and they would have to kill trees every month to print out these huge manuals, these huge books. Can you imagine? Think about this. It wasn't just these books with things that were available for sale. It was these books with a section about what did sell this past month. And so to do your market analysis to figure out what things are worth, well, as brokers, we can't say what they're worth. We have to say what they probably will sell for. We'll learn about that in Unit 17. But to figure out what it would probably sell for, you would flip to this book as well and try to find, can you just imagine looking up 3-bedroom ranches in the $30,000 to $50,000 price range and making copies to try to put a market analysis together? It sounds miserable. I don't even think I'd want to do the business if I had to do it with this book. But that's what they had. That's what they did. And this is what started that whole cooperating concept, which exploded the industry. It really made it so that everybody was incentivized to sell each other's listings and cooperate. And then that lasted for a while. Even though they were cooperating, they were sharing information, they were also quite likely misbehaving when it came down to agency representation. They were acting like buyer agents when they helped buyers, but they had no legal grounds to do so. And finally, 30 some years in, after the MLS started, the lawsuit happened. The Adena Realty agency, that somebody realized, wait, were you representing me or them? And then we thought, oh, let's just add one more thing into the mix. Let's just add buyer agency as an option. But then that created, as is often the case when you mess around with laws and rules, adding one little thing requires 10 more little things. And it becomes one big thing. And so adding buyer agency to seller agency wasn't enough. They realized, oh, wait a minute. We can have an agent helping the buyer, and we can have an agent helping the seller, but what if that is the same person? Because quite often, especially back then, there wasn't as much promotion available back then. It was signs, it was maybe flyers, maybe. It was ads in the paper, maybe a billboard, whatever that might look like. But certainly not like we have now. So quite likely some buyer might call the number on the sign, and ask about that listing. And the agent would say, do you have an agent yet? Because if you don't, I can double in this thing and make more money. And I would love to help you both, right? Some things you think, some things you say. And they realize, oh, wait a minute. Okay, sure, I can help you both, buyer and seller. And so that brings up this thing that allows working for both at the same time, and that is called what? Dual agency. We talked about the list of fiduciary duties that we owe to every client. And it's a pretty long list. It's a deep list. It's 6 items, but it goes pretty in depth. Out of these 6 things that we owe to our clients, if we're a dual agent helping both sides of a transaction, one of these things falls off the list. And which one is it? There you go. Sometimes people get a little confused. I used to do this, and they might say the thing that falls off the list is confidentiality. But that is not something that you get to not do anymore. And you might remember it if that's a struggle. If you're tempted to answer that in the heat of a battle when you're looking at the test question, just think about how would you explain this to someone. And by the way, this is a great example of a concept in this course to go corner somebody who has to love you and explain to them how agency works. Make them listen as you stumble and try to explain buyer agency, seller agency, and dual agency, and designated agency. By you having to get them to understand it, you will understand it better yourself. I promise. It'll be awkward, uncomfortable. They'll laugh at you and you'll laugh at yourself, but you'll be better for it. And you're going to have to do it when you're out there in the wild anyway. So you better get used to talking to people about it now. So, loyalty. Here's how I explain it to the random brand new potential client. Hey, Mr. Seller, Ms. Seller, buyer, need to talk to you about this thing that might happen. This thing called dual agency. I'm going to help you. You're talking to me today to hire me to sell your house or help you buy one, whichever it is. We'll say it's a seller. Helping you sell your house. Hope to we could decide to work together and I can get your house sold for you. What if a buyer calls me on the sign in your yard that I'll be putting in? I'm going to ask that buyer if they have an agent that's already helping them. And if that buyer says they do not have an agent yet, and if you give me permission to do so, then I could become the only agent involved in the transaction, the agent that bridges between you and them. The agent called a dual agent. As a dual agent, though, I'm limited. It's not ideal. I'll just be frank up front with you, Mr. and Ms. Client. It's not great. It's not as good as if I were only representing you and another agent were representing them, because I can't give you full loyalty. If I'm working for both of you, I can't give you preferential treatment over them, even though I'm meeting you tonight and I might not meet them for 3 more weeks before they finally call on a sign and I talk to them. And it might be tempting for you at that point in time to think, well, gosh, I've known you for a month, Neil. Why don't you owe us at least a little more than them? Why can't you tell us how much that buyer might be willing to pay, even if they're making a lowball offer? So I just need to tell you here and now, before you, at this moment when you need to decide if you even want to allow this thing, I just need to let you know that that's how it works. And quite often people don't understand it up front. And then when they're in the middle of it, they are disappointed. I think that's why dual agency can be awkward. And you might have even heard negative things about it because it's mishandled. So I can't tell you the most that buyer might be willing to pay, even if I know, if I'm a dual agent. And I can't tell them, here's the good news, can't tell them the lowest you might be willing to take if you've disclosed that to me, confided that in me. So I have to keep your secrets, but I also have to keep their secrets from you if I know. But got to be fair, equal to you both. And that's what dual agency is. If you don't like that, we could absolutely say we're not offering dual agency, and I could just be totally for you 100%. And I'll not be a dual agent if you don't want me to. That's not a problem. I don't mind. I can do it either way. And by the way, guys, ask your BIC. See what your company policy is. And the policy might be that you're not allowed to do it, so that would be an easy one to explain right now. Hey, our company doesn't even like dual agency. We don't offer it, so here's what it is, but it's not on the table. And here's why. We think it's too important for that loyalty factor to be missing, so we don't even want to go there. That's how you would spin it, right? It's really not even a spin. It's just the truth. I just let them know this is not ideal. Now, if you do want to, if you don't like the dual agency concept, it might be that that happens, and therefore we could connect another broker in the office, in my office, to represent that buyer and be designated as their agent, because in this case situation, my firm is a dual agent. I would be designated as your seller's agent, listing agent. Another person in our same office would be assigned to take care of that buyer. And in that case, the loyalty is restored. It's back on the table, just as if we were 2 separate firms. So that's another option that you could give me permission to do as a seller. So it's that explanation, right? You'll just get some wording that's comfortable for you. You will role play with other people in your firm, with your BIC. Learn it. The Real Estate Commission, you could check this one out too, by the way. They have, did I mention that before? They have a YouTube channel. Super exciting. They have all kinds of stunts and prizes and giveaways. No, they don't. It's very corporate. It's kind of boring, but it gets the content across. It's like a Mr. Beast of, no, it's not. Let me show it to you. There we go. So if you go to YouTube, put in NCREC, and there it is. And go to videos. The guy in the blue shirt does a lot of work for them. I think he's just an actor. And there it is right there at the top of the list. In a little while tonight, we will talk about the working with real estate agents disclosure that we are required to talk to the client about. And here he is explaining it, like a little 5 minutes for the one geared toward buyers and the one geared toward sellers. Watch them. There's your homework for tomorrow night. Watch this guy's 2 videos. See exactly what the real estate commission hired him to tell you about it. And there's some other ones down through here that might be useful to you. They're geared toward consumers, but the explanation is valid. Here's sellers working with agents. These 2 are from 5 years ago. These 2 are from 1 year ago when the new agency disclosure document came out. Same disclosures that we have to tell people about, but the document changed for the better. Yeah, that's fine right now. So there's that. So dual designated, what else? We talked about some confusing terms. First of all, for our purposes in this class, the word agent means the firm. Not the human anymore, but the firm. Subagent is one of 2 definitions. A subagent is either what? Tell me. Tell me one of the 2 things that we mean by a subagent. What could a subagent be? Us meaning brokers working for the firm? Yeah, sure. So you act as a subagent to the firm being the agent. And so for all those clients, you are a subagent to your firm. But what about out there in the wilderness with other firms, other companies, other brokers? In what way in that realm are you a subagent? Just remind everybody to make sure your video is on. Got to have you on video. Otherwise, I'm going to have to, unless you're like logged in twice in two different devices, which I can tell, but otherwise I might have to put you in the waiting room. What's the other kind of sub-agency? There you go. So sub-agency was, and the other example is what we had all the way up till the 90s, right? Everybody, if you weren't the listing agent, you were a sub-agent to all the sellers out there. And that's the way it still is. So for the most part, as a default, you're a sub-agent to the seller until you're not. Until there's a buyer for that one specific seller that wants to hire you as a buyer agent. Now you're a buyer agent in that transaction. And to that particular seller, you are not a sub-agent. You're a buyer agent up against them. But for the most part, you're a sub-agent to the seller until someone hires you as a buyer agent for a specific property. Let's see, you got something in the chat. If I'm the seller agent, then I am a sub-agent to the buyer. Doesn't really work that way. You are, let's see, if you're the listing agent, then you are representing that seller. You're not anything to that buyer, like on their side. That buyer is either represented by an agent who is a sub-agent to your seller or has their own buyer agent. So it sort of all starts with that original format, which was sub agent to seller kind of a thing. Oh, there we go. Sorry, 1 second, guys. So with that, let me start a little poll session. I'm going to launch. I don't think we've done this before, but I just launched a poll session. Hopefully it popped up on your screen. Everybody get that? Thumbs up if you see it. Okay, good. I'm going to give you a few minutes to go down through these 10 poll questions, answer them. They are anonymous. It's just going to show us what percentage of you answered which answer choices. And then we'll kind of go through it together and discuss it together once you're done. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to do that and go for it. You guys, is that working out for you? Everything working okay on your end? Okay, good. I'm not seeing. Usually, I see that such and such percentage have people have completed it or participated, and I'm not quite seeing that yet. Just making sure. Had a question in the chat. They are, I think they are all pick one. There might be a few that are pick more than one, but don't worry too much about that. Just pick the one that makes the most sense, and just the discussion afterward that really counts for the most. So, been a while since I made this one, so I don't remember. I'll read through it. done, let me know in the chat. Make sure it's not just misbehaving. Okay, you are. Then good. I'm glad I asked. Because it's not showing me what it's supposed to show me. Had a couple other questions in the chat. Let's see. Are we given the answers to the quarter term quiz after the second attempt? No. You don't ever get the answers. You're just going to have to make note of the ones that you found difficult and ask me, and then I'll help you with them. I can give you the answers, but it doesn't automatically give you the answers. FYI. Okay, good. Let me, in the poll, launch the results so we can look at them together. And are you seeing a percentage like such and such? Okay, you are. Wow, I'm not. That's weird. It's a percentage of who answered each answer. It's a percentage of who got each answer. And for some reason, it's not showing it to me. So it shows me a bunch of zeros, but I'll go down through and tell you. If somebody could tell me tell me on number one, what was the number one answer given? Somebody could let me know that. Seller agency. Okay, good. Yeah, so before 1995, which types of agency were possible? The wording of that makes it sound like I'm looking for more than one answer, but I'm not. Seller agency was the only one out of these choices, right? Buyer agency wasn't a thing. Thank you, Corey. Dual agency wasn't a thing. Since there is no dual agent or buyer agency, there couldn't be any dual agency. Implied agency is illegal, right? So I guess officially that was possible, but I don't think that was the answer you're looking for. So seller agency, by far the best answer that we were after there. Who is the agent? Hopefully we had 100% on that one. Who is the agent? All right, pretty close. That's pretty good. Appreciate that. The firm is the agent, right? Even not a human, but the firm. The one who puts the sign in the yard is the one who works for the firm. That would be a sub-agent to the agent, right? A sub-agent to the firm. And person who represents the seller, again, same thing as number one. That's the same one who put the sign in the yard, whose sign it is, right? And then, okay, person who sells cruises. I don't even remember making that fake answer up. Who is the agent of the agent? What's the best answer for number three? Perfect. There you go. Yeah, if the firm is the agent, then an agent working for the firm / agent is the broker within that firm. Yeah, well done. Which of the following is not one of the elements of a broker's fiduciary duties to clients? Which one do we not owe to our clients? And if we're talking about the things we owe to our clients, let's see, let me switch it up over here. It's, again, this old car acronym, right? Where did it go? There it is. It's this one. If you could see my screen. And by the way, hopefully you guys are doing this every time. Don't forget to do the view speaker view, not gallery view, and you can see what I'm sharing with you the most. So this is what we owe to our clients, all of these 6 things. Out of this list and this question, sub-agency is not the one that we owe to our clients. We wouldn't be a sub-agent to our clients out of this list, right? We are, in terms of our firm as the agent, and we're the firm's sub-agent, so we're the sub-agent to the client. But we're asking, the question is this, which is not one of the elements of our fiduciary duties? And that's asking, what's not in this old car list? Which of the fiduciary duties does a broker owe to everybody in the whole world? We owe it to everybody. And this is going to be a multiple. It says so. Okay, which 2 fiduciary duties? There you go. Yeah. Disclosure is one of them. And what's the other one? Reasonable skill and care. You got it. Well done. We owe that to everybody. We need to know what we're doing. We need to know which forms to use. And we need to disclose any material facts that we know. The loyalty, the confidentiality, those are only owed to our own client. But the other two, the last two letters in old and car, is what we owe to the customer on the other side of the transaction and to everybody else. Why everybody else? It might be a for sale by owner that our buyer wants to purchase, and therefore we owe some stuff to that for sale by owner seller. We owe them disclosure things about our buyer, not like secrets, not secrets that the buyer wouldn't want us to tell, but if we find out that the buyer's loan got denied, we would have to tell that for sale by owner seller. We would owe them that disclosure. And on the other side, if we're helping a seller listing their property and the buyer comes to us with no agent of their own, choosing to be unrepresented, then we owe that buyer disclosure items of material facts. We have to tell that buyer that the roof leaks if we know it, that it's in a floodplain, that it's down the road from a landfill, all those things. As of 1995, buyer agency was introduced. What other type of agency did that require? Because now we had buyer agency, now that brings dual agency into the picture. Well done. Sometimes you'll see these other references to things that are a type of agency: universal, general, and special. So let's look at the next question. Which type of agency allows the agent to sign anything on behalf of the client? Best answer for that one. So those aren't specific and only about real estate. These are just agency representing other people in general. Could be sports agency, a sports agent. It could be an attorney. Anytime that you represent a person, including and besides real estate, and that's these things. Universal being the one that you have when you can do the most. Pretty much anything that person could do for themselves, and that's typically what you hire an attorney to do for you. We rarely have that in real estate. We rarely act as a universal agent. The only time we would is if our client gave us power of attorney to sign on their behalf, which is not ideal. I really wouldn't want to do it. General agency does pop up in two places in this industry. Where does general agency, that level of signing on behalf of the client, for instance, where does that come up in the industry of real estate? Yeah, property management, Joseph. He says, we're representing an owner, helping them put a tenant in place. We're going to execute leases on their behalf. We're going to spend some of their money as needed. They don't want us just to ask for every single move necessarily. They're going to trust us. They're going to hire us because they trust us to run the business of that rental property, even if it's a duplex or a 100-unit apartment building. So that's general agency. And the other one, there's another place where general agency shows up, which we've kind of already talked about a little bit in this series of poll questions. Where else do we see general agency? Think about this. The agent of the agent. What do I mean by the agent of the agent? Agent of the agent. That's talking about, working for our firm. That's that interaction between us and our firm. 1 second, guys. All right. Getting a little free and loose with the behavior in a couple of places here tonight. I got to just remind everybody to stay on video, to don't multitask. And I will have to start putting people in waiting rooms like I've been doing tonight. So gotta comply with the rules. So just appreciate you guys who are doing so. And just forgive me for the time I have to take away from our learning to enforce rules. That's not great, but it's necessary sometimes. Let's see. So where do we end up? Which type of agency allows the agent to sign anything for the client? That was universal. And then general agency is property management, as well as the interaction of the agent within the firm signing on behalf of their firm, like agency agreements. We're signing buyer agency agreements or signing listing agreements on behalf of our firm. So there's that one. And then the most prevalent type of agency of these three types of agency that we see when we're doing selling, helping people buy and sell, is special agency, because it's the least, meaning we don't sign contracts for them, right? We're not doing that for them. Which of the following is not a stigmatized property category? Stigmatized property category. We ran across 3 different kinds of stigmatized properties. One of these is not that. Well done. Yeah. Polybutylene pipes that have ever leaked are a material fact. And so that is not a stigmatized property. These other 3 things are stigmatized. We talked about if anyone has ever died in the property, whether suicide or murder or any kind of death, that is not a material fact. We have the choice to not disclose that. And if they ask, we don't even have to disclose it. We could basically say, I plead the fifth, or I'm not going to answer that question. Now, if you do choose to answer if someone died, your answer should be truthful, right? Not just made up. And then the other element of that is, what if the person died or is sick from HIV or AIDS? In that case, we can't disclose that piece of information because that's a disability problem. That'd be a disability violation. So, sex offender nearby, another non-material fact, another stigmatized property. And then haunted, house being haunted, that's another stigmatized property. So, good job. Which of the following is not always a material fact? There you go. That's one that I see incorrect in CE classes all the time from agents that have been in the business 10, 20 years. Because you would kind of think, shouldn't we just tell everything about everything? Well, not necessarily. Turns out, for whatever reason, polybutylene pipes that have never leaked, just because they're in the house doesn't mean we have to disclose it. We don't. Now, I kind of wish it was different. I wish that were not the rule, because is it maybe more likely that the polybutylene pipes are going to leak than another kind of pipe? Quite possibly, because of the class action lawsuits and all the times that they have leaked. But here's what we're working with. If they have ever leaked, yes, material fact. If they've never leaked, then no. Just because a house has polybutylene pipes, we don't have to disclose that in and of itself. Sure. Correct. Yeah. That was buyer agency was introduced. What other type of agency did that require? Yes, exactly. Number 5, which 2 fiduciary duties? That was going to be 2 of them, 2 out of these 4. And those are disclosure and reasonable skill and care. Yeah. So if you can see what I'm sharing with you, it's the last 2 letters of the 2 words in that acronym, old and car, the D and the R. Reasonable skill and care and disclosure we owe to everybody. We have to know which forms to use, how to do the business, the rules and the laws of the business, and we also have to disclose quite a few things. And then number 10, if a buyer refuses to sign the buyer agency agreement, how could the broker represent them? You've worked all this time perhaps as an oral buyer agent. Now they want to make an offer, and it's time that you have to turn that into written buyer agency, but they refuse to. What would be your role if they refuse to put it into writing? Well done. Yeah, you're going to be a subagent to the seller, which may not even get you paid, right? We saw the bottom of the multiple listing service data sheet. It said buyer agent or BA was receiving usually an actual positive percentage, 2.5, 3, 2, something. I've seen one. I've seen flat figures, $1,000 before. It's negotiable. And then other option though, SA, subagent to seller, we saw quite a few of them that said 0. And the reason for that is the seller has the choice because it matters to the seller. The seller needs to know. And as a good listing agent, you're going to have to just tell them and help them understand, look, guys, you may not want to work with a buyer who doesn't have their own buyer agent because it puts more liability on your shoulders and my shoulders, both of us. And so let's talk about that. If we're wrong on the square footage or on anything about the house, if that buyer is represented by a buyer agent, some of the responsibility for those types of things is on the buyer agent's shoulders to recognize these incorrect entries. That buyer agent, for one thing, as far as square footage goes, has an expectation to recognize when a house is more than 5% wrong in square footage that's reported. In other words, if they walk in and it's reported to be 2,000 square feet, but it's only 1,500, that's more than 5% different. And agents are expected to have the expertise to recognize that much. Sorry, pulling up my calculator here. So just to give you an example, in that case, we're talking about we need to recognize that thing within 100 square feet. 2,000 square feet, 5% of that's 100 square feet. That's a room. So in that regard, a 10 by 10 room is 100 square feet. Maybe you could understand that, but it all comes back to how big is the open area. Kitchen flowing into family room and dining room, that's when it gets hard to see, right? It's kind of hard in two different houses that are both 2,000 square feet. Could look vastly different just because of the flow. We talked about how firms could choose to work with different, all sellers, all buyers, that kind of thing. We talked about the three, here we go. There we are. 3 things that must always be disclosed. Another one besides leaking polybutylene pipes or even that have leaked in the past. Or what other 2? What are 2 other material facts that we have to disclose? Sellers have to disclose. One of them is this. Synthetic stucco that was ever on the house. And if they took all of it off and put brick up in its place, you still have to disclose it used to have synthetic stucco. Yeah, okay. Seeing in the chat, we're seeing some environmental concerns, lead-based paint. That has to be disclosed if you know about it, though, right? Only if you know about it. It does not require testing. The seller does not have to test for it. There's another one. Joseph says, meth lab used to cook meth in the property. That's always something that must be disclosed. Now, does that mean we have to test for it? No, it doesn't. If we know, we have to disclose. If they're worried about it, there are some tests I'm sure you could do. I've never done one, never worked for somebody that asked for one, but I'm sure there's a way if that was a particular concern to a client. Because don't forget, what are material facts? It's all this stuff about the property itself, like a leaky roof, about the down the street from the property, or landfill or airport, the financial ability of the principal parties to act, and then also anything, they care about. So if they cared about a meth lab situation, then you would need to do your research. Find out, how can we, maybe an inspector, ask the inspector for some help. Hey, inspector, is there a test that you can do that we could purchase extra as an add-on, or some other way that could be tested to see about air quality in that place? See if there was ever a meth lab. Maybe look up, maybe law enforcement history, maybe the Clue report. Did we mention the Clue report? We're going to talk more about that in the chapter on insurance. But it's called it's an acronym, stands for Comprehensive Loss Underwriting Exchange. And for the last 7 years, any major insurance claims against the property are kept on record, and you can look them up with this free to the seller once per year Clue report. So you'd ask the listing agent, hey, could you have the seller pull their Clue report, please? And find things out that way. Hey, sure. Yes. Good question. That's a good question. In that case, well, their agent, let's see, that could make it complicated. If they have a buyer agent, then that buyer agent's going to have a lot of responsibility to help them get to the bottom of that question. My thought that comes to mind there is, how much responsibility is on the shoulders of the listing agent, right? In that case. And for one thing, here's the safety net answer for you. They're not going to test you to that level. They're not going to get that tricky on this test in this class. But out there in the wild, in real life, my stock answer to you, if you were a continuing education student or a post-licensing student with a license in hand, would be talk to your BIC, see what they want you to do. But if I were your BIC, I would say, first and foremost, you need to talk to your seller, see what they're comfortable with, explain the situation, and the safe play is to answer the question as honestly as you know how to. But you do, first and foremost, have an obligation to your seller above that buyer. So you'd want whatever you did to be cleared with your seller first. It's probably something the commission would probably put towards you. Say, look, you've got to follow your seller's wishes for the most part. And I think that probably went out. But that's a great question. It's sort of a philosophical question almost. But thankfully, they won't test you to that level. And that brings us to the types of agency that a firm could choose to put into place. And they could do this. They could choose to say, we only work with sellers. I doubt anybody in real life would, because they're leaving half the money on the table, right? They could also say the opposite. We only want to work with buyers. We don't want to list property. That's up to the firm if they want to do business that way. They could also say this. Number 3 is actually quite common. They say, number 3 says single agency. In other words, not dual agency. And what we're talking about there is what? We're never going to be dual agents. We don't want our agents to ever act as dual agents. Remember, when I'm teaching continuing ed classes, I ask this question all the time. Hey guys, either because your firm won't let you or because you don't want to, who here doesn't offer dual agency? And most of them say, either they don't want to or their firm won't let them. Quite often the firm says, let's just don't even get into that clump of weeds because it's complicated. It's delicate. People get emotional. People get emotional about a real estate, especially residential real estate transaction. The clients get emotional about the offers they have to make to win. The sellers might get a little emotional about what they perceive as a lowball offer. They might be mad at that person who's making what they think is a lowball offer. Sometimes we have to gently remind them. I like to say this when they're angry about an offer that they don't think is high enough. I'll say, look, guys, let's not be angry at this person making this offer. When I help you buy your next one, we're probably going to make some exploratory offers ourselves, right? We might even feel them out a little bit and make some. It doesn't mean that they don't value your property. It just means they're starting the conversation. And let's be thankful that we have some momentum. There's momentum that's created with an offer, regardless of what that offer is. Just because they offered it doesn't mean that's their highest and best. If you want to be mad at somebody, let's be mad at the 10 other people who looked at it last week and didn't even bother to make an offer. If we need to focus our anger at somebody, but let's just be thankful for the opportunity and throw something back at them, right? They gave us this offer. Let's make a counter. If that's what you're concerned about and this isn't something you want to take, that's great. Let's tell them what closer to what you would take and encourage that momentum, right? Sometimes it's your client that you need to have this little talk with. Sometimes it's the other agent because sometimes the other agent lets emotion dictate their behavior. And that's the worst because now the client's feeding off of them and looking to them to guide them and even to know how they should kind of feel about something. And if they're getting emotional about things, that's our job, is to buffer that stuff out, help people make reasonable business decisions. But you just can't help it when it's a place that you're going to raise family or just live and it's a personal thing, very personal. So it's hard sometimes to separate those things. So number 3 would be firms that say, let's just don't even go there. We will help a buyer. And in that case, we're only going to represent that buyer. We're never going to represent the party of the owner of the house the buyer wants to buy. And then the same for the sellers. We'll represent sellers, but never as a dual agent. With that said, for number 3, a firm practicing single agency, could you be a listing agent and also help the buyer and be the only agent in the transaction in that situation? Could you be the only agent in the transaction but not be a dual agent? Yeah, seeing some good answers here. A lot of yeses, and you're right. How could you do that? What would it be called? There it is. Kay says they represent themselves. You got exactly right. You would say to them, look, buyer, thanks for calling on my listing, but my seller does not give me permission, and frankly, I don't do this in general. I don't even want to do it, to be a dual agent. So you have 2 choices. You could either go find your own buyer agent, because I can't be it, or you could represent yourself. You can't make them only represent themselves. You can't force them to not have a buyer agent, by the way, because that wouldn't be giving them the ability to have their own person protecting them in the business. But you could certainly say you are not allowed to do dual agency. You're not allowed to have a dual agent because that would be me, and I'm not doing it because my seller won't let me, and or because I don't want to, and or because my firm won't let me. But I can help you. I do owe you disclosure and reasonable skill and care. Oh, you don't want your own agent? That's fine. Full disclosure, don't tell me anything you don't want the seller to know. Because frankly, you're out of your league. You are coming to court with no attorney, acting as your own attorney. And so he who doesn't have an attorney has a fool for a client, right? Probably not say all that to him. But that's the idea. They really probably should have their own agent, is what I'm getting at. But you could certainly do it. You would just need to be very careful. Make sure that you never make sure you have everything laid out in writing so they've given you permission. They understand that they are unrepresented. So that's the main thing. Now let's just all understand that we have a break. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
My muscle-up progress from 40 years old to nearly 43. As you can see, the rep I did at 40 was really ugly. I spent a lot of time consistently practicing the fundamentals, and as a result, I've come a really long way.
This is also a great example that you can keep getting stronger and improving in your 40s and beyond.
My muscle-up progress from 40 years old to nearly 43. As you can see, the rep I did at 40 was really ugly.
confusing on this end. Can't find things. Got to reorganize. Okay, so single agency means you don't offer dual agency. Then number 4, you do offer dual agency. And it could be just true dual agency, or it could be not true dual agency, but only designated dual agency. It could be either or both. And I hear that a lot in CE classes. It'll be a combination of some sort. One but not the other. And so here's what some of them look like. We have the single agency, no dual. That means Byron can help Sarah. He could also help Giannis, but not both of them, for the same transaction. We talked about this weird word, selling agent. I think all of you know this one now, right? If we see the selling word, ing, that means they're just helping the buyer. We don't yet know the whole story, though. What are the two things that they could be? If they're helping the buyer, in what capacity could they be helping the buyer? We see that so-and-so is a selling agent. We know that they're helping the buyer, but we don't know if they're one or the other. What are those two things? Selling agent could be helping the buyer in what two ways? It could be a buyer agent. Yep, that would mean that the buyer has hired them specifically to be a buyer agent for them. What if that buyer won't sign the buyer agency agreement? Then what do they become? There it is. Yeah, sub-agent to seller. So those are two. And I said two, but there could be others. You could be a selling agent helping the buyer, also as Corey mentioned, a dual agent. You could be helping that buyer and also the seller. You could also be a designated dual agent where you're helping that buyer, but not the seller so much, right? You're more of a buyer's only kind of an agent, right? So all you know when you see the word selling, ing, is that you're helping the buyer's side in some way. You need to keep reading the test question to find out more information. And those are little buzzwords that you're looking for when you read these questions. We got all the way down to, I believe it was this one. Undisclosed dual agency. That's a big one. Not allowed. Got to make sure everybody knows and gives permission for dual agency. And if they don't, you can't be it, right? When you don't have informed consent of both parties, it's illegal. It's undisclosed dual agency. You have to have informed consent of both parties. It can't be implied agency either. Just because you're acting nice and helpful, what is your legal standing with them? Here's what's allowed. Disclosed dual agency. That's the thing. Then we talked about designated dual agency. I think we've beat that horse a little bit. Let's keep going. And we talked about this one too, where we have a dual agency situation in-house. Another word for dual agency is in-house. If you read the test question and see the term in-house, you're going to think to yourself, this is probably going to be about dual agency because they're making a point to let us know this is one firm involved in this transaction. If it does not say in-house, but instead references two firms, ABC Realty and XYZ Realty, or the word co-brokerage, you're going to think this might involve dual agency as far as what they're asking about. But if the transaction is a co-brokerage transaction, dual agency is not going to happen because dual agency is only for a same firm in-house situation. Go ahead. Somebody with a question? Yeah, sure. Yeah, for sure. And that can be nice, but the issue is right now they don't care. But if it comes up, they might. So you have to kind of put the brakes on and, you want to work with them and not torture them. It goes back to the personality types. Anybody familiar with various personality profiles. That's not in the course, but take one, right? Go learn, if you don't already know, for instance, the DISC personality profile or the myriad of others. But in that one, the D personality just needs to know what the choices are. Just get to the point. And if you make them suffer through your long sales pitch analysis, they're not going to want to work with you. Just tell them A or B. Here's what A means. Here's what B means. What do you want to do? They would love you for that. The S type wants you to tell them about safety and security and warm and fuzzy and how the house is good for the kids and you can look at the backyard and make sure they're playing safely, that sort of thing. The C's are the accountants. They want you to go into agonizing detail about why the house is worth $837,150 instead of just round off. Don't round off for a C personality type, right? They're the engineers. You need patience. I'm an engineer magnet. I don't know why. I guess because I sit quietly and let them tell me everything they want. An hour later, they said, the whole time they said, let me ask you a question. And I think the answer is this, blah, 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 blah. 50 minutes later, I'm like, yep, I think you're right. And they love it. They're like, okay, I thought so. I'm as smart as I knew I was. And I make light of it. But they do love that detail, and they do require patience. And then the I is going to have a wall of fame. They're going to want to make sure you know that they got autographs, or that they know the mayor, or that they are the life of the party. They need to make the joke. Let them say the punchline. Don't steal the punchline from them, right? They need to be that. And none of that's wrong, but knowing that people are wired these ways and working with them and catering to their particular wiring is going to help you. And it's going to help you because it helps them. So that's where this stuff matters, right? So use that in real life. It's going to help you a long way. Any other questions? Was that the only one? I think I saw the only one. Okay. So with this dual agency situation, we have designated dual agency going on. If we do, there is one case where that is not going to work. And this very elaborate looking drawing is just saying this. We could have a broker in charge acting as a designated dual agent, the one on the far left, up against a full broker. That's allowable. That broker in charge could have a listing, and that full broker right underneath them could have a buyer for that BIC's listing, and that is allowed for both of them to be designated agents for their respective clients. That's allowable. What is not allowable is for that broker in charge to be a designated agent up against their own provisional broker. But all the other, look at all those greens, all those thumbs up. Everything is allowed except that one. It's allowable far right for a provisional to be up against a non-provisional. You might think, well, that's not fair. What if that non-provisional's been in it for 30 years? Well, think about this. The provisional has the BIC on their side. They got that BIC looking out for them. Even though that BIC is also the full broker's broker in charge too. That's just allowable. That BIC's not going to violate rules, confidentiality. They don't have to give away any secrets just because they're the broker in charge for both parties. But they're going to be helping that provisional understand the process, figure out how to help the client negotiate, and see them through that whole thing. It's also allowable for the bottom two guys, the full broker against full broker. That's okay too. That one probably makes the most sense. Exactly right. Sheena says, so just the BIC against the PB is what's not allowed, but the PB is allowed to work with a non-PB. Exactly right. No matter how experienced that non-PB may be. And then what's another one? PB against PB. There it is. I did include it. Upper right, those two top people. Provisional broker. Yeah, that's another one that's probably not a mystery. Not hard to picture happening. PB against PB. Although occasionally I'll get a question and somebody will say, wait a minute. Both of those provisionals have the same BIC looking out for them. How can that BIC give them advice if they're working against each other? They can do that without violating laws and rules. They don't have to give away secrets while still managing to help each of those provisional brokers navigate the transaction. It doesn't mean the BIC is going to necessarily know each client's secrets. They just need to be able to help that provisional help the client. So the provisional broker helping the buyer would say, hey, BIC, need to put an offer together, and they want to make an offer on one of our firm listings by that other provisional broker down the hall. The BIC would say, okay, well, you're going to need these documents, this form and that form and that form. And we've trained you on how to fill all those things out. And don't forget to ask about this, and ask your buyer what they want to do. And if the buyer asks you and says they want to make a request that's illegal or not allowed, run it by me, and I'll give you some language, some verbiage on how to help them understand why that's not allowed. And they can help them navigate that counteroffer transaction without violating their obligation to the other side too. So all of them are allowed, except PB against their own BIC. Now, if you see a question that says in a co-brokerage arrangement, a provisional broker has a buyer who wants to buy a listing by the broker, and this is PB of ABC Realty. PB of ABC Realty has a buyer who wants to buy a listing listed by the broker in charge of XYZ Realty. Let me write it out a little better. We've got a provisional broker of ABC Realty. We've got a broker in charge of XYZ Realty. And this PB is helping a buyer make an offer on this listing owned by that seller. Is this allowed? It looks pretty easy because this is almost a graphical representation. But if all of this was written out as a paragraph, just be real careful reading this and look for words like they might say co-brokerage or co-broke situation, or they'll reference two different firms, and you'll know, okay, just because it's PB and a BIC, it's got to be the thing that's not allowed is the PB and their own BIC. Don't let them throw that at you. Don't fall for that. I've seen it before on practice exams. And it can be something that you fall for quite easily because you're so programmed to think no PB up against BIC. But it's no provisional broker up against their own BIC. Here's the other one that can be confusing. And I see this in continuing ed classes all the time. What about this one? Can we have a provisional broker alongside their own broker in charge, acting as dual agents for the buyer and the seller? Is this situation, by the way, it's in-house, it's true dual agency, it's a PB and their own BIC, acting as dual agents. Is this allowed? Let's analyze what's going on here. They're acting as dual agents, which means what? Which of these fiduciary duties is off the table? Which of these letters is off the table? The L is off the table. No loyalty. Not allowed for loyalty. But they are still having to be fair between the parties, right? That's what no loyalty means. In other words, they can't be more loyal to one than the other. But they still have to be honest and ethical, fair. They have to not show any preferential treatment. What if the PB and the BIC both know that the seller is asking $400, but they would really take $350? Are they allowed to tell the buyer that? No, because confidentiality is still in place. What if they know that the buyer is wanting to make an offer for $350, but they really would come up to $425? Are they allowed to tell the seller that? Same answer. They can't be more loyal to one than the other. So if that's the case, are they against each other? The PB and the BIC in a true dual agent situation, are they working against each other? What's the other option? True dual agency or, oops, getting real weird in the drawing here. Here's the other option. Designated. We're talking about true dual agency. We can have a provisional broker working alongside their BIC, both being dual agents. That's allowable. Are you with me? So basically right. Exactly. That's pretty much the gist of it. And if we were to apply names, titles to this situation, then the PB BIC situation is okay with dual agency because they are not against each other. They're working with each other to be true, but for designated, they are against each other. Right? Let me make it prettier. Oops. There we go. So that provisional, when it's dual agency, just DA, you can have a provisional alongside their own BIC together because they both have the same limitations. When it's a designated dual agency situation, we would say it differently. We would say PB versus their own BIC, not allowed. Because the PB is looking out for the buyer, the BIC is looking out for the seller, or vice versa. Right? So this is the one that's not allowed between PBs and BICs. This one is okay. And that is such a common mistake that people make. And it might even still be cloudy. So hang in there. This will get clear for you, I promise. That's why I bring it up. Because every CE, I'd say at least 60% of people get that answer wrong, if not 80 or 90. It happens all the time, and it's hard to grasp. We are so programmed to think PB versus BIC, not allowed. But for designated agency is when that's not allowed. Designated dual agency, PB, to be a provisional broker helping the seller, and then the BIC helping the buyer who wants to buy that listing, that's what's not allowed. But if it's a true dual agency situation, not designated, meaning each client does not get their own agent in the same firm with true dual agency. Both brokers are looking out for both clients. Both brokers are helping the buyer and the seller at the same time. They are both dual agents. They are not favoring one for one, the other for the other. Does that make more sense? Okay. See, cautious affirmation. That's good. So think about it, dwell on it, roll it over in your head, come back to me with it maybe tomorrow if you have questions or things that occur to you, like yeah buts. If you get any yeah buts that pop up in your brain, just let me know. We'll clear them up. So, sole practitioner in a one-person brokerage. That's me. I'm a one-person brokerage, all by myself, all alone here in this basement. No brokers under me, no affiliated brokers. I've never had anybody join me because I don't want to get into the management side of things at the moment. Just want to manage myself. That's hard enough. Can I even offer designated dual agency to clients? It's impossible. I only have one heartbeat in this firm, just me. God, I would have to have at least how many in order to do designated? At least 2. Yeah. So don't think of it with this dual agency talk. Don't think designated dual agency is 2 brokers and true dual agency is always 1 broker. That's the wrong way to think about it too. True dual agency is at least one broker. It could be a whole firm full, all being true dual agents. And designated dual agency is at least two, one for each client. It could be more than one for each client. It all depends on what the clients have asked of you and given you permission to do, that you're willing to do, and that your firm allows you to do. Permission from 4 places: your firm, yourself, the buyer, and the seller. All 4 of those have to be in place to even allow dual, whether dual or designated dual. In residential brokerage, usually we represent the property owner or the buyer. We could help tenants. We just don't tend to do that as much. Some people don't even realize that we could help a renter try to find a place to rent, but we can. And I did recently. It's not very lucrative. It's quite often a complete waste of time about immediate money. That happened with that. I think I told you. He ended up finding a rental from his boss. So it wasn't one that I ever showed him. So I didn't get paid for about 4 or 5 hours that I invested. And I knew from the beginning it was a 50-50 shot. But it was one of those things. He was the father of a past client and could be a long-term thing next year when he gets ready to buy. Maybe he'll think of me and use me and feel bad that I didn't get any money this time around. I could have said, you know what, I don't have time to do it. I could have said I don't do it. It's a policy. So it's a business decision, but it's allowable if you want to. On these HGTV shows, I've seen out in California somebody making $5,000 putting a renter in place. But the price points are different out there, right? Commercial owners or tenants, sales and leasing, all mixed up in the same transaction, not unheard of. And in property management, obviously, we're talking about dealing with an owner, maybe as a property manager, but also dealing with tenants, unrepresented tenants, by the way, or they could have an agent who brought them, but you're managing them both. But your obligations, if you're a property manager, are to the owner for the most part. That property management agreement, we're going to get more into that in its own chapter later, but just for now, it's just yet another agency agreement, like buyer agency, like listing agency. It's just you working for a person. You're doing real estate for someone for money. And the thing that they want you to help them with is managing their rental property. It could be a single family that's a rental, and they don't want to call the plumber at 2 a.m. because the toilet blew up. They want you to do it. Or it could be a 100-unit apartment complex or a bunch of different properties that they own, and you're the manager for all of them. But regardless, you need to have that property management agreement in writing from the very beginning. When we get into this property management landlord-tenant category chapter later, think about it and relate it to the sales side. So which type of agency agreement on the selling side of things is a property management agreement most like? What would you equate that to? Property management agreement is between you, the broker, and the property owner. What is an agreement when you're dealing with a sale that is between you, the broker, and the property owner? What's another word for selling? Helping somebody sell. That's a better phrase. There it is. Kirsty says listing agreement. Yeah. So equate them that way. If you think about it that way, a lot of it makes more sense. It's easier to remember the rental side of things. So if you're managing a property, it's between you, the broker, and the owner of the property. Just like if you're helping somebody sell their property, it's between you, the broker / firm, right? And the owner of the property, who is the seller. And that listing agreement has to be in writing from the beginning, and so does this. Both of these have to be in writing from the beginning. And you still owe all of the old car fiduciary duties. Now's where it gets a little different. If you have licensed, if you have licensed employees and you're a property manager, they become sub-agents to that owner. If you have unlicensed employees, They can do a lot of things that usually would require a real estate license without having the license, because they are salaried W-2 employees of you, the property manager. We talked about them already. What can an unlicensed W-2 employee of a property manager do that typically would require a license? Yeah, showing a rental property. Exactly right. They cannot show a for sale property that you have listed. You could do both, by the way. If you're the broker, you could have a firm like me. I could have a firm where I deal with sales and I also deal with property management. I don't, but I could. And in that case, I've got one person, one unlicensed person working for me, and that person could go out and show a property that I've been hired to help someone rent. It's a rental, but they could not go down the street this afternoon and show one of my for sale properties. One is okay for an unlicensed person to do, the other one's not allowed. They can also execute pre-printed leases. Yeah, thank you, Victor. But when it comes to the sales side of things, they cannot execute sales contracts pre-printed. They would have to, they can fill them out, they can fill in the blanks, but only for me. And I would be the one that presents that document to the client and helps explain it to the client. They would not interact with the client on the sales side with documentation, but they're allowed to do so with leases. Here's something that's not allowed in North Carolina. A transaction broker model. Some other states allow it. And basically, you're not representing either of the parties. You're sort of like the paralegal or the attorney, really. Kind of. Well, that's kind of not great, because in North Carolina, the buyer chooses the attorney, and so therefore the attorney works for the buyer. Somebody represents somebody in North Carolina. With transaction broker model or facilitator, there is no representation, and that's not allowed here. Somebody's got to represent somebody in North Carolina. Now we're getting into a huge topic within this chapter, and that's all about when we tell the general public how all this stuff works. And so we've already spent a whole session and a portion on this stuff. Can you imagine? I just explained it to you so that you can learn how to do it as a profession. Now we're going to talk about how we explain it to somebody that doesn't want to do it as a profession. They just want to buy or sell a house. So what I'm getting at here is it can be a little tricky for them to understand. And something else I ask in a continuing education class, I'll ask the students, tell me, guys, have you ever explained the working with agents disclosure topic, and the potential client stares at you funny and says, this is the first time out of 10 agents that I've talked to that anybody has ever brought this up? And we all just shake our heads and think about how unprofessional some people out there in the business are, not doing the things they're supposed to do. Doesn't matter until it does. That means it matters. I'm saying that it's going to matter when you get caught. But there's a lot of people out there that are doing it improperly. I've even had a couple of post students chime in, and it always makes me kind of surprised when they ask questions like this. And one of them says, is it really all that important? Because I have a colleague at my firm who said, you could really just kind of gloss over it. And I'm like, you do understand that I'm literally teaching you what the commission's laws and rules are. I'm not a real estate commission employee, but I'm telling you what they could discipline you over, and you just ask me that. So what do you think my answer is going to be? Wrong? Let's do it right? Let's raise the level. That's why the industry has, in some people's eyes, a poor reputation, because some people like that aren't taking it seriously and explaining what rights and choices are. So that's what it comes down to. All brokers need to explain agency options to the potential client at a certain point. Does that mean initially, immediately? No. When do you have to explain to people that you could be working for the seller or the buyer, or as a dual agent and going all into that? Not when you first meet them necessarily. This is talking to potential clients. When you're talking about potential clients, the magic phrase is first substantial contact. What's another one? What's first substantial contact not? It's not first initial contact. First substantial contact is at a point in the conversation when certain topics come up. The topic's called money and motivation. They start talking about what they qualify to afford, what the bank said they can afford because they already talked to a lender. Oh, wait, going to have to pause the conversation for a second. Before you accidentally tell me something you shouldn't tell me, let me explain to you how agency works. This is you telling to them. Because you've just mentioned your money, your ability to borrow. Therefore, we need to have this conversation before you tell me more. And oh, by the way, when you're on a listing appointment and that seller says, I would like to get this much out of it. Wait, before you go there, that's something that could affect your confidentiality, right? Something confidential about your wishes and goals here. Therefore, let me explain how agency works. You might be out there, if you're talking to a seller, you're probably out there trying to get the listing. But if they've told you they want to interview 3 or 4 people, then you need to let them know, look, guys, if tonight's not the night for us, and you're going to talk to a few more people later and maybe get back with me later in the week, here's some ground rules you need to know about. And hopefully they've explained them to you too. By the way, they probably didn't. The other agents probably did not disclose this properly. And you could score points. They might have not even told these people. What you should say to that seller in this moment, hey, seller, let me share something with you that could protect yourselves. If you're interviewing agents, I appreciate the honor, appreciate the opportunity. But don't tell me anything you don't want the buyer to know. Because if it turns out you don't hire me, we don't decide to work together. That's my favorite phrase, by the way. It lets them know that you may not want to work with them. And sometimes they need to hear that. Because too many clients think that we're all just scrambling all over each other. Anybody see World War Z? Is that the movie about zombies where they're in Israel climbing up the wall to get over the wall into Israel, and the zombies are all just crawling and fighting over each other to get to the meal, frankly? That's what they think we do about every lead. They think we're just desperate for everything. And some of us are. But let's not be. Let's make sure there's a good personality match sometimes. I've got to pay the bills, but also let's not compromise disclosure, values, rules, and laws just to win the business. So let them understand, look, guys, if you're interviewing multiple people to list your house and you're going to pick from 3 or 4, that's fine. I'm encouraging you to do so. It's smart choice. But don't tell any of us anything that you don't want the other party to know, because if you hire one of them other ones, I might bring the buyer for your house. I do a lot of business. Sometimes it's a little subliminal thing. Oh, she does a lot of business. Maybe I should just list with her. But I might bring your buyer. And anything you tell me tonight, I'm going to have to tell them, because my loyalty would be more for them than for you in that moment. Now, if I never get hired by a buyer to come to your listing, I'm not going to go take out an ad and tell the whole world what you tell me tonight. But it could happen if I end up working for the buyer that wants to buy your house. So, by the way, follow-up question for you guys. On the test, do you have to keep the secrets of your client? Let's just say it's a seller client, and then you don't work together anymore. Maybe you decide to let them out of the listing agreement. Your firm lets you do that too. And they don't manage to sell it, and they move on with life, and you move on with life. Do you have to keep the secrets you learned? Or is it my favorite answer with the little underwear guy? Is it one of those it depends? Because in general, you're not going to shout it from the rooftops that that you know something about their money or motivation or secrets or what they would intend to do. But if you get a buyer for their property later, now you have to tell that buyer. Now you owe more to that buyer than you do to your ex-client. You following me? They can really put a texture on that kind of question that'll make you get it wrong. So be careful about that one. So with this, we need to have informed consent from the consumer as to the best agency relationship for them at this point in time. Explain their options to them. We're going to look at the document. It's in the Google Drive, but I'll point it out to you and explain what their choices are, because it's all about this. Before you've received their confidential info about their motivation or their money, hey, got to be in a place by November, got to be out by fall, got to be out by May, or I'm paying cash and I have $213,000. That's my budget. All of that is money and or motivation. What if they say, I would kind of like to be moved before the end of the year? That does not qualify as motivation, but you need to go ahead and start telling them this topic, right? You haven't quite crossed that line yet. We're talking about hard, like real dates and deadlines and things. So that's what first substantial contact is about. It's essentially about, if you're talking to a prospective or a potential client, look out for this moment in time. Look out for this moment in the conversation. What are some possible scenarios where this could come up when you're interacting with a potential client? Tell me some examples out there in the world of when this conversation could emerge and organically just manifest. Classic. Open house. Great. That's a great one. You're there holding it open. By the way, maybe it's your listing and maybe it's not. If you've ever been, go to some, by the way, go to some open houses. Just if you got nothing else to do as research, tell them, don't just waste their time that you're a buyer. If you're not, just say, look guys, I'm in a class. I'm trying to get my license. I'm just want to see the house. You can eat their cookies or maybe you don't, but you just want to come see a house. Go preview property. And so when you go to that open house, what you might find, they might tell you this. They might say, well, this isn't my listing. And you might say, I know, because your face doesn't match the one on the sign in the yard. But my point is, they might have adopted one. That listing agent might have said, anybody in the office want to hold my listing open for me this Saturday? And a smart, usually newer agent who is looking to maybe generate some leads, go do it. Go do that open house for that person. It's going to expand and open people up and give you a chance to meet people. Also, it's probably not going to sell today. You're probably not going to find that buyer for that house today, even though they show otherwise on the TV shows. But you are going to meet some neighbors, and you are maybe going to meet some buyers who don't have representation, and you could help them buy something else. So don't be disappointed. Anybody seen the movie American Beauty, and the poor real estate agent, she says, I will sell this house today. And she's takes her dress off just down to the slip so she doesn't get it dirty. And she's scrubbing windows and getting it. And it's like kind of right. It's kind of not that far off. I've been there. I've not undressed down to the slip, but I have gotten sweaty cleaning the house because they left it kind of messy so it could be at its best. And I have some stories, but you don't get disappointed if you don't sell it, that house that day. You're not there to do that. The seller thinks you are. You're there to get some business. And if a house accidentally sells in the meantime, you're going to try real hard to make that happen, but don't be sad if it doesn't, because it probably won't. So you're at the open house. Is this potential for first substantial contact, money and motivation topics pretty high? Yeah. They're going to come in and they're going to say, They might just be friendly. They might be motivated. They might be standoffish, but they just want to see that house in that moment. Hey guys, welcome. Glad to have you. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. Do we have first substantial contact yet? I probably wouldn't go ahead and talk about this topic yet. I would just kind of try to build rapport. I don't want to scare them off. Like, I don't want to be the pushy used car lot salesperson guy, because we all see him meandering through the rows of cars and we're like, okay, is it worth it to see this car closely to wait for him to get over here and start the pitch? Or do we want to hurry up and get back in our car and drive away? That's sort of the same logic there. First substantial contact, sure thing. is not necessarily the first moment they walk in the door. That's first initial contact. Hi, I'm Neil. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to pester you. Feel free to look around. They're probably going to let a little bit of their guard down, but be watching for this moment. And don't let it happen that they accidentally hurt themselves by telling you something confidential. Now that you've gotten their guard down a little bit, they come back around maybe after they've gone through. Maybe you go with them, maybe you don't. Maybe it's too busy for you to go with every single one. But now you're talking again. You're welcome. And you say, by the way, guys, before you tell me anything that I just want to make sure that you don't accidentally share something that you wouldn't want the seller to know. Let me just explain real quick how this stuff works. That might be the safest play. Go ahead and bring it up now that before you start, because it's so natural to ask questions like, hey guys, have you been looking around for a while? That could quickly turn into something like this. Hey guys, have you talked to a lender yet? That could real quickly get to that money moment. And you've gotten something confidential and before they had a chance to understand what they've done to themselves. No, price of the house would be safe because that's just reading off a sheet. But that could turn into, and we only qualify for this. So you see, it's kind of sooner than later is best. But watch the blue shirt guy on the Real Estate Commission YouTube channel. Talk to your BIC, talk to other, and you could even maybe do a YouTube search of that topic, North Carolina First Substantial Contact, and just see if other agents have posted videos. Get good at it. Practice it. And you're looking for a way that's not just 100% informative, because that's going to be, they'll roll their eyes and fall asleep. You want something and make it amusing. Have you ever seen some of those flight attendants that have the hilarious orientation speech where they show how to operate the seatbelt and the mask? I'm looking for that. I want to be sort of a show person. Like, let's give them something entertaining, make it light, but get the point across is probably the best way to do it. Once upon a time, this was the only thing we had, and it was a different name. This actually was called the Working with Real Estate Agents brochure, because all we had was this brochure. Still this color, but it's been renamed, as you see here, to Questions and Answers on Working with Real Estate Agents. And this is not the actual thing that gets signed like it used to be. This, for 20 some years, was the thing we would sign. We'd flip to the flap on the back. It's like a multifold brochure. We'd tear out the flap and we'd have them sign the flap, proving that we explained this to them, that potential client, at the moment of first, money motivation. First substantial contact. So we've changed the process a little bit. The commission said they did a study and they realized this is just kind of archaic. We need to update things. And so they did a couple years ago. Now we have a normal letter size page for seller and a normal letter size page for buyers. It's all the same content. It's all the same options of representation. So let's talk about it. I might accidentally slip and call it the brochure, but that's why. It's because it used to be the only option. Now the best way to call it is the Working with Agents disclosure. So we're disclosing who we represent. We're also disclosing how we could help them. What ways are we willing to work for them? And we are required to send this disclosure to that consumer when we've reached this point of first substantial contact in the conversation. We've got to send this to them within 3 days, no later than 3 days. Why 3 days? Neil, we could text it or email it to them in three seconds. Yes, I know, but used to be we'd have to mail it to them within 3 days. And so the mail truck typically can accomplish things in 3 days. That's why I think it's the 3-day rule. The sooner the better. So here's the way this could shake out. You're at the open house. They're starting to get to that money motivation point. And so you say, before we go further, guys, let me just kind of give you a heads up. Right now, I work for the seller. And if you don't have an agent, and if you want me to, if you want to make an offer on this house, for instance, if you did, I could act as a dual agent. or not. You could also say, well, I don't do dual agency, but you could buy this house and be an unrepresented buyer. Then if you didn't want to buy this house, I could go help you buy another house and be your buyer agent. You see, you're getting into helping them understand listing agent versus buyer agent. How does dual and designated fit into the mix? You've got to explain all that stuff. And you need to show them on the disclosure that we'll see in a minute. I don't offer dual, so we're not going to initial that side. I only offer helping sellers or helping buyers. And I'll show you that in a minute. So if I've explained this to them, that could be at the open house. It could be on the phone. Some people still make phone calls. Hey, tell me about your listing. Okay, great. Well, it's got this many square feet. It's this many bedrooms. It's got this many acres and a fenced yard. By the way, have you been looking around for a while? Just kind of, off and on for about a month. You've been working with an agent. No, don't have an agent. We're just kind of want the information. Okay. Before you ask them about talking to a lender, you better talk to them about this. Hey guys, just to protect yourselves, fair warning, I need to explain to you how this whole thing works a little bit. I'm working for the seller. I could also help you. Whether you buy this house or not, I could still help you as a buyer agent if we choose to work together. So until that point that we've nailed this down in writing, later, don't tell me anything you wouldn't want the seller to know. Because right now, I don't represent you. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Sure. Mm-hmm. Exactly. With a couple of little caveats. If that second thing we were talking about is what's happening, you say, hey, don't have permission to help you as a dual agent, but I do have permission within my firm to connect you with another broker within my firm to be your own designated agent, right? You could explain the designated versus dual thing. So you nailed it. All that stuff is how all of this could go in that direction in the conversation. Well done. Yep, you got it. Let's think about that a little more. We'll come back, talk some more about it. See you back here in 10 minutes.
It is easier for us to shout obscenities and shout our
Captain's Log, Stardate 2000.
Got about 10 seconds. Let's make our way back together. Welcome back. Okay, so we're in this working with agents disclosure topic. Need to disclose who we represent. Need to send it to them no later than 3 days. Here's the scenario. Whether you're on the phone or at the open house, you're having this conversation with them. You might be at Starbucks. You might be in person in the line somewhere. You might have shown a house to them. They just wanted to see your listing or any listing, and you agreed to show something to them. Regardless, you've explained this topic to them. You've explained to them the ways you could represent them and how this could go down. And you say to them, I'm required by the North Carolina Real Estate Commission to have proof in my file that I had this conversation with you. This disclosure is purely that. This does not hire me at all. This just gives me proof that we had this discussion because I want to make sure that I can prove to the commission that I protected you, that I told you not to give away any confidential information before we decide how we want to move forward. Would you please sign this disclosure acknowledging that I've explained this to you? So let's take a look. Once, hopefully they sign it. We'll talk about what happens if they don't. And then if it's on the phone, for instance, that you're talking to them, you're going to have this discussion on the phone with them. You're then going to need to provide this same disclosure to them within 3 days, if not ASAP. ASAP immediately, but not later than 3 days. Certainly you could mail it to them, but we're talking email probably, right? And so that's going to be immediate. And then when you see them in person, because if all of this started out on the phone, the first time you meet them in person, you need to have this conversation as a reminder to them again in person. So that's the procedure. So let's take a look around a little bit. First substantial contact, the brokers get information about what their wants and needs are. We should not push them to tell us any information. We should not try to elicit personal information without giving them the disclosure. Don't ask them about their financial ability until you've talked to them about the working with agents disclosure. Don't ask them about what they're trying to accomplish, what their time frame is, until you've talked to them about the agency disclosure. We deliver the disclosure to them, we review it with them, and we determine who we're going to represent. They might not be ready to hire us yet, but we figure out what direction we're going to go in, and at the very least, try to get them to sign the disclosure so that you have it in your file. Because guess what? That is one of many things that has to be in your file for 3 years. From that moment, maybe, because maybe this conversation is the last thing you ever do with this person. You meet them that one time on the phone or at the open house, and you never help them with anything, never turns into money, and it's the last you ever hear of them, but you still need to try to have this signed disclosure from them. We're required to disclose who we represent and who we owe our allegiance to. It does not create the relationship. Be careful about this on the test. This disclosure is that's all it is, a disclosure. It is not something that actually hires us. And that's also something you can use to bring their guard down. Hey guys, I'm asking you to sign something, but this is not something that hires me. This is just a protective element for you and gives me proof that I explain to you how all this stuff works. The buyer could refuse to sign it. Some will. Some people just have that sort of built-in cautiousness, and with all the scamming going around, I wouldn't blame them. So that will probably help you develop a better way to build rapport and explain it to them without those sorts of concerns. But here's what the actual disclosure looks like, at least the middle part of it. Let me see if I can pull up the one that, like the full page. Let me show you the full page. One second. There we go. So this one is for sellers. Here's what the whole page looks like. Just one page. That's it. One page for sellers looks like that. One page for buyers looks like that. Now let's dig into it. Top of the page, bold box, same for both of them. Whether it's the seller version or the buyer version, this first box is exactly the same, cut and paste. It's not a contract. I mean, when we had to start explaining this in the business, we would usually lead with this. So it's smart to have this on here because we're probably saying it to them anyway. Hey guys, I'm not asking you to commit to me yet. Just explaining to you how this whole thing works. This does not hire me. This is not a contract. This just means you received it. So this was, again, the new version as of a couple of years ago. I think they did a pretty good job putting what really counts in here. It needs to be short, one page. It needs to be to the point, not a bunch of legal language. And I think they've accomplished that. Secondly, it's important you understand whether an agent represents you or not. We're required to review this form with you at first substantial contact. Guys, read this thing on your own. Read through the whole thing. And then pretend you're the agent and your person who has to love you and put up with your nonsense is the potential client. Try to get through this thing with your loved one and explain it to them. See if you can get them to sign it. Right? But you're going to need to read through it a couple times and understand how to. And in real life, I would even do this. I would highlight a couple of important key phrases. Maybe have one that you're going to have them sign and have another that you use to kind of walk them through it. Eventually, you'll get to the point where you know, oh, this is the point where I want to highlight that, and you do it in front of them. Or you circle it with a pen. You could mark it up just to hit the points, things that kind of help them capture their attention so they don't get bored and tune out, and then also explain what you're supposed to. So I got to review this with you at this point in time, first substantial contact, before you give me anything confidential, and then give you a copy of it once you sign it for your own good, for your own protection. I'll follow up and scan it and email it to you right away. Maybe that's how you do it. And then, by the way, don't share any confidential information with me or anybody else, any other broker, or assume we're looking out for you until we put that in writing. But right now, you're not hiring me, so don't tell me anything yet. Don't tell me anything confidential yet until we get into a written agreement. Otherwise, I might even be required to share that confidential with the other party, anyone else. Fair warning. So that's that first box. It's on the same for both versions, buyer and seller, exactly the same. The middle section is what's different. And so when we're dealing with the seller, there are 4 options here. You may not be checking all 4. And by the way, who's checking these options? The potential client or you? Who is it that would be checking and choosing these options? Pulling this over so I'm not in the way. Tell me in the chat. There it is. Thank you. It's us. This is what we are checking. Oh, here we go. I'll do it this way. There we go. So first one up. If this is a listing agreement, you're out there talking to a seller, this is probably all that you're dealing with, maybe, unless you offer a dual agency or designated. But hey, seller, the agent who gave you this form and the firm of that agent must enter into a written listing agreement before they begin marketing your property. Right there. Sometimes I've had sellers say, you know what, I don't have time to do the paperwork today, but go ahead and put the sign in the yard, get this ball rolling, put it in the MLS, and we'll follow up with the paperwork later. Do you have to follow and be obedient to their command right there? Do we have to do what they tell us to do? Well, that would be an illegal command. That's illegal, and we don't do that. That's one of those things. Do we have to be obedient to everything? No. We need to be lawfully obedient. And that's one where we would have to say, you know what? I really appreciate your trust. Thank you for this opportunity. However, I'm not allowed to start marketing and doing any promotion, doing anything until we get it in writing. It's just right here. It says so. Right here, straight from the Real Estate Commission, must enter into a written listing agreement before they begin. So it's right there. Nothing better than blaming somebody else for something you have to give people bad news about, right? It's like when you're parenting or when you're at the car lot. That's why that salesperson has a manager. They say, oh gosh, I'd love to give you that deal 20% below MSRP, but I got to run it by my manager. That's the magic, right? That's just what, and that's why you use it. Same, you know, I'd love to accept that terrible deal, but I got to talk to my spouse, and they're not here today. They hate that because you're doing the same thing to them that they're trying to do to you. Well, why don't you come back with them and then we'll talk about it? They might pull that, right? So blame the Real Estate Commission, I guess is what I'm saying. If you sign the listing agreement, then the firm and the agents within that firm and me, right, will represent you. And the buyer would either be represented by a different firm or be unrepresented. If this is all we're doing, that's how that's going down, right? Now, let me tell you about another possibility, Mrs. Seller. Could be that a buyer comes along and they don't have an agent, but they want me to help them while I still am helping you. Now we're going to tell them what dual agency means. It occurs if the listing firm has a buyer that wants to buy your property and you're listed with us. If you agree, in other words, seller, you don't have to do it. Don't worry, don't sweat. If this sounds terrible, just tell me you don't want to do it. We don't do it. No big deal. Then the firm and any agent in that firm would be permitted to represent you and the buyer at the same time. Oh, wait a minute. Did you catch that? Did you guys see, like I saw the flashing lights? And did you hear the trumpets sounding? Because what we just saw is a potential test question. Tell me this. From what we just read, what if you saw this on the test? When you're a dual agent for a property, what is the role of all the other brokers in the firm? In your firm. If you're the dual agent, what's their role too? Wait a minute. Something in these two sentences answers that question. And I'll narrow it down. Something in this one sentence answers that question. What's the role of everybody in the firm if you choose to be a dual agent between buyer and seller? You got it. Joseph says they are also dual agents. That was in this year's, maybe it was last year's continuing ed class, and everybody got it wrong. Not everybody, only 90%. The firm and the agent in the same firm would be permitted to represent you and the buyer at the same time. Who? Any agent in the same firm. So this is where you explain how that thing works. Now, when they really grasp it, oh, by the way, guys, the loyalty would be divided. Make sure you point out the loyalty thing. It's right there, the exact word right there. But the firm and its agents must treat everybody fairly and equally, can't help you gain an advantage. This is really well written. For the blue shirt guy that you're going to watch on the YouTube channel as sort of almost a little too mellow and legalistic that it might sound like, these words are pretty darn good. This is pretty close to how I could see a normal person explaining this stuff properly. So, pointing out the dual agent loyalty is divided. We're pointing out that still have to be fair and equal. Can't give either side an advantage. Still have to point out that the firm and agents in the firm are representing both of you. And now that you've explained this, maybe they really understand it and they say, well, that sounds terrible. Why would anybody do that? That's just stupid. Heck no. Oh, well, I've got another choice for you. Wait, there's more. Before you leave to go to some other firm and find some other agent to help you in a dual agent situation, here's something else we could do. If you agree, that's something else. Only if you agree. In writing, the firm would represent both you and the buyer, but you would get your own agent just for you within the firm, and there'd be a different agent helping the other party within the same firm. And in this case, loyalty is back. Right? It's all right there. Same thing we just talked about for the last 20 minutes in the slides. So these three things may or may not all be checked. Some combination of them on a listing appointment. If you're on a listing appointment, you might end up only checking this one because you don't offer these. Or you might check this and this because your firm won't let you do designated, or your firm won't let you do dual. They have to be only designated. It's your first and foremost, what does your firm policy allow for that? Secondly, what are you willing to do? Thirdly, do the clients agree in writing, both buyer and seller, that they'll let you do whichever of these things it is? And then finally, what about this fourth one? This is one where we're dealing with an unrepresented seller for sale by owner. So when you go out there and talk to a FSBO on behalf of your buyer client that might want to buy that house that's unlisted by an agent being sold by the owner, you need to bring this with you. You need to bring this and talk to that for sale by owner about this topic. Hey, FSBO, by the way, you're suspicious about me right now because we just met, but I promise I'm so charming and lovable, you're going to like me soon. And it's going to be tempting for you to act like I'm a dual agent, but I'm not. Some things you think, some things you say, but just kind of pointing this out to you guys right now. Probably wouldn't say these things to them, but this is why you're going to explain all this and make sure that they, after they fall in love with you and they want you to kind of, help me out. You've been helping you provide them with the forms. You gave them advice on, not advice, but you gave them facts on things that have sold in the area. Here are 3 comparables. I mean, and here's justification for why we're offering this offer that we're making to you. You want to support the offer that your buyers are making for that for sale by owner seller. Help them understand how they came up with that offer. It's because of the things that have sold in here lately. So anyway, if you're dealing with that FSBO seller, you would check this one. You may not even check these things up here because none of that is applicable. You're not doing any of these. You're not listing it. You're working with a buyer who wants to buy one that's being sold by the owner. And therefore, dual is not an issue either. The only thing that's happening when you're dealing with a FSBO that requires this form is this last one. Now, not to say that this couldn't turn in your favor and change all around. What if that for sale by owner likes you so much that even though your buyer decides, you know what, I made an offer, they countered it, and I didn't like their counter, and I'm not interested anymore. And this deal falls apart before it even became something. That for sale by owner might like you. And statistics say that they probably are going to fail to sell. And they're going to hire an agent. And maybe that's you. And now you're going to come back to them again with another one of these. And this time you're going to talk to them about this one because you're going to be listing it. They hire you to list it. And or these. See how that could kind of play out? But let's just go back to the only FSBO. Hey, for sale by owner, the agent who gave you this does not represent you. Keep your mouth shut. Don't tell them anything confidential that you don't want the buyer to know because they're required to tell them. And has no loyalty to you. They only represent the buyer. Don't share any. Do you think we belabored the point? Do you think that people do this wrong a lot and that's why we've belabored the point in this form? Note to seller, for more info, ask the broker to provide that document, that brochure. That's what that black and purple brochure has become. It's become the thing called the questions and answers on working with agents. And you can find one yourself too. It's really pointing them at the Real Estate Commission website. They can find it themselves or ask you for it. And then down here is where everybody signs stuff. And then you're going to put your name and your license number and your firm name so that if they need to complain about you, they can tell the commission who it was that did this thing wrong. That's the seller one. The good news is we've more than halfway covered the buyer version, because here's the buyer version, and we don't need to talk about that box. We did the same box, same content. The signature stuff at the bottom is all the same. In fact, 2 out of these 4 things are the same. The dual and designated is exactly the same explanation, whether you're talking to buyer or seller. So buyer agency box. Now you're talking to a potential buyer. Hey, buyer, the agent who gave you this and their firm would represent you and be loyal to you. Here is an option, though. We could do this thing called oral buyer agency. If the agent will allow it, the agent might not want to do it. You might not want to do that. But it's a thing. It's right here, so you need to tell them about it. You might say, they mention here oral buyer agency. That means that we would, for a limited amount of time, operate with nothing in writing. However, that I find that unfair to my clients who have hired me and have entrusted me to represent them. Therefore, that's not something that I do. If you want to look at 3 houses with me, kick my tires, try me out, rather than oral buyer agency, what I would be willing to do, though, is limited written agency. How about we do this? We look at these 3 houses you were asking about, and if you end up wanting to buy one of them, you agree that you'll use me for them. But after today or after these 3 houses, you're free to use whomever you want to if things don't work out with us. Does that seem fair? And then you be quiet. You ask a sales/negotiating question, and then you shut up and watch their faces because their eyes might get shifty. They might start acting in a way that reveals their true intentions. And you're like, wait a minute, are you just using me to get into these doors? Or are you really, truly shopping for a good buyer agent? It's the thoughts going through your head while you're analyzing in a split second what's going across their face once you've presented them with this possibility. Hey guys, does that seem fair? And you're watching their face. It's hard to not fill up that space. Anytime you ask a question like that, just be quiet. Let them feel the pressure to fill the space. They're going to reveal their true intentions. Hopefully they're good intentions, but if they're not, you might say, you know what, guys, I'm getting the feeling that you're just not on board with this arrangement. So I just think it's probably not in our best interest to move forward with this. I think you're going to have to go look at these with somebody else. You might have just saved yourself 3 hours if you have if you have the fortitude to do so, right? But at least you commanded it, right? You took charge of the situation. Now you might not be quite so hard about it, but the minute somebody wastes your time in one of these situations, you'll probably treat it differently the next time around. And all of that is okay, right? As long as you're not choosing to work with somebody based on a protected class, you can choose to work or not work with them based on how they treat you, right? How they might abuse you or not. Or you're just feeling about, are they a serious buyer? If they're not following the rules that you make everybody follow, like at a certain point in the process, are they willing to get pre-approved or they keep stalling? That's a warning sign. You haven't talked to the lender yet? You want me to show you 10 houses today? And I already showed you 3 last week and you still haven't gotten pre-approved? And we've done all the agency stuff too? Something's not right. I've got people depending on me who do this procedure properly and take my advice. And so this may not be working. I've got a great agent I can refer you to. Somebody I don't like from another firm that I can make pay me a referral fee and deal with your difficult self. How about that? Right? People have a nasty habit of being human sometimes. So that's this one, buyer agency. And then down here, this is that case where it's your listing and they call you and you're not going to be a dual agent, but you can help them. They are an unrepresented buyer. Agent who gave you this can assist you in your purchase without telling their seller's secrets, but will not be representing you, has no loyalty to you. Don't tell them anything you don't want that seller to know. You're unrepresented. So that's those things. That's what we're talking about when we talk about the working with agents disclosure. Here it is in the slides. Now that we saw it on the actual document, this all looks familiar, so I won't belabor the point. There's the top again, and the top for this buyer side, and the middle section. So there's 3 ways to work with buyers, either as a seller sub-agent, or as an exclusive buyer agent, or as a dual or designated dual agent. That's how you could work with a buyer. Here's our oral buyer agency possibility. Again, it's got to be for an amount of time. How much time can you be an oral buyer agent? How long can you act in that capacity if you choose to do so? What's the official deadline? Is it a number of weeks or months? No. There it is. Till before you write that offer. That moment where you write the offer, before you write that offer, you better do this part first. You would paint yourself in an awkward corner if you've been working for 6 months under oral buyer agency because you just didn't want to talk about it anymore after that first awkward conversation. You showed them stuff every Saturday for 6 months, and now after 90 houses, they picked one. You're like, let's go to the coffee shop, and you sit down at Starbucks and you hammer out the offer paperwork, fill in the blanks. How much do you want to offer? Here's the market analysis, closing date. Here's how all that works. Okay, sign here. Now let me go to the office and I'll scan and email this over. Oh, by the way, I forgot. One more thing. I've been acting as an oral buyer agent. I need to get it in writing. Please sign here. You kind of did it in reverse order. You should have handled the agency first, because what if they said, wait, what? You want me to sign something about working with you? What kind of scam is this? Why are you pressuring me? And you're like, pressuring you? For 6 months I've been showing you stuff and not asking you for anything. That may or may not happen. But my point is, in that situation, you would have an offer in your hands. But now they're refusing to sign it and put it in writing. And so you, by default, have now become what? You went from oral buyer agent to what? There it is. Sub-agent to seller. If you remember that MLS sheet, bottom of the page, it's next to the 0 quite often. Not necessarily. I haven't done it in a while. I need to do it currently because it's been a couple of years. But the MLS in our area, at least, is so detailed that I could do a search for any positive numbers offered in sub-agency on the MLS data and see how many listings actually pay more than 0. But the last time I did it, there were 12,000 listings out of way more than that. So there's still some that don't care. Some sellers that'll still pay you even if you're a sub-agent, but not enough, right, to avoid this situation. Reduce it to writing prior to presenting an offer. Never imply or make them assume who you're representing. You got to talk about it. That broker in charge is responsible for all affiliates under them, but even more so for their PBs. Provisional brokers must do their activity in the name of a BIC. They must get paid through their BIC, only get compensated from the BIC. And that's everybody now, by the way, even non-provisional. Independent contractor agreement is something you have between you and your firm. That's the agreement between you and your firm. It acknowledges that you are not an employee. You're a contractor. You're getting paid 100% commission usually. There might be a firm out there that I don't know about that pays some sort of base plus, but it's not common. I think Redfin might be tempted, might be playing with it or flirting with it or talking about it, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Because I could imagine as much competition as there is, 80-some thousand agents out there, it's hard to get the clients, right? It's hard to fight for the lead generation. So if you could, I could see an agent agreeing to a salary, do the business, make a salary. If a team leader has enough leads coming in, has a system in place that they're confident enough in their system, I could see them. It would be attractive, I think, to a lot of agents to make a straight, always going to make this, but it would certainly be well under the ceiling, the cap, like the potential that an agent could make. So, contractor agreement. You have to have a license and a written employment contract with the BIC, income based on commission, not a salary. As an independent contractor, that's what that is all about. And while the three most important words in real estate in general are location, 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 when it comes to being a broker, what are the three most important words, really the one word repeated 3 times, when it comes to being a broker out there working for people? Starts with a D. You got it. Most important words for being a realtor: disclose, disclose, disclose. That brings us to 8. Let's get into 8. Now we're going to dig down a little bit. Same topic, agency still, but we're going to see some actual forms, see where all this stuff actually gets implemented. We saw some of the forms already just now. So let's take a look at the other ones. There we go. So Unit 8 is also Syllabus Section 8. We have some Level 1, 2, and 3. The Level 1 are some laws about solicitation. Not allowed to do it. There's the short answer. Employment contracts. Also Level 2, MLS, antitrust laws, things about what we can do and not do amongst ourselves, stealing other people's clients. And Level 3, some math. This is the easy math. Mysteriously, people never have trouble calculating the money that goes in their pocket. Somehow they figure out commission structures first because it's, I think, a little more interesting, right? So we'll do some of that math. All agency agreements must be what? This is a commission rule under 58A 104. You don't need to know the number, but this is a very testable. This is a big one. As simple as it is. All agency agreements. What is that? Tell me agency agreements. Give me some examples, please, of agency agreements. I can think of 4. There's 1, listing agreement. What else? Let's say dual and designated are included, incorporated in the listing agreement and some of the other ones. So what else? Listing agreement, working with a seller. But what if you're working with a buyer? What's an agency agreement when you're working with a buyer? You're using good terms, Victor, selling agency, but that doesn't say enough. That's just saying that we're helping the buyer in some way. But if we're helping the buyer as a buyer agent, that's what we're after, right? Exclusive buyer agency, right? We've got exclusive right to sell listing agreement. We could also do an exclusive agency listing agreement. We'll talk about the differences there, but some kind of a listing agreement. So it looks like this. Types of agency agreements: listing, buyers, we're helping a buyer, property management, that's an agency agreement, and a tenant representation agreement, helping a renter find a place to rent. Now, within these things, you're going to have that dual and designated provision, right? That'll be mentioned. But these are the general 4 main types of agency agreements where you're working on behalf of someone else. That's all that really means. And so for all of those agency agreements, here's what applies. They all have to be signed by the parties. You on behalf of your firm and the client. Buyer, seller, owner if it's property management, renter if it's tenant representation. They all need to include the broker's license number. They all need to die, expire, have a definite termination date. You can't have an agency agreement that just lasts forever, perpetually. That'd be great for us, not great for them. And some agents adopt that as a brochure, as a slogan. They'll say, I'm your agent for life. Well, you want to be, and I'm sure you're going to try to earn that privilege. But after we close on that house, guess what? They want to buy another one, you're going to get another agency agreement signed. Right? The only thing different out of all of that is property management. That one can be automatically renewed if the parties agree. But for all the other ones, no automatic renewal. You got to have a new one for every transaction for the most part. Number 4 is a big one. No, every agency agreement has the language that says we're not going to care what anybody looks like, believes in, where they came from. We're going to treat everybody fairly and equally when it comes to handling real estate. No discrimination allowed. So we got to have the non-discrimination language in there. It's all caps. I'll show it to you. It's just cut and paste. Looks exactly the same for all of them. And it's important that we go over that explicitly because occasionally, some frequency, I don't know, maybe occasionally, maybe frequently, depends on where you live, I guess. But you're going to run into somebody who wants you to violate this one. Much better to let them know how you work and that you don't engage in that nonsense before you've wasted your time on that type of person and then have to fire them later because you realize that they are someone with those feelings. Let's get it on the table now, right up front, so there's not to waste time, mostly your time, and people that they might be victimizing. So let's see. Here is the place where the parties would sign. You've got the seller's signature pointed out up here. You've got another place for them. I wish they would make these more consistent, but they don't. Everyone looks a little different. You got to search for it. And this is all crammed together. I'm like, indent much? Could we indent something or bullet it or something? But the seller 1 goes up here. Seller 2 goes down there. You just got to have seller, or in the case of buyer, the client's signatures. Your signature is at the bottom under all that too. Also, next to your signature there under theirs is a place for your license number. In other words, convenient for them to turn you in if they need to, right? Make sure that you're an actual actively licensed broker. There, by the way, this is the testable thing. The broker's license number must be on all agency agreements, but it turns out that the firm license number is also there too. But the main testable thing is the broker's one. And the expiration. It terminates on some such date, 11:59 p.m. on this date, fill in the blank. And then there's what that language looks like. It's all caps, all bold. Firm shall conduct all activities in regarding to this agreement with respect to race, color, religion, sex, national origin, handicap, or familial status of any party or prospective party. And then since these forms are written by the Realtor Association, conjunction with the Bar Association, Realtor Association expanded upon, let me say it that way, expanded upon the sex category and explicitly said realtors have an ethical duty, because it's in our code of ethics, to conduct these activities without respect to the sexual orientation and gender identity of parties or prospective parties. So it's all spelled out, right? In general, the federal fair housing categories, the 7 of them, the first one's mentioned there, as we'll see in Unit 19, have come out and said, look, under the sex category, that includes all that gender-associated stuff. Again, treat everybody equally, fairly. Don't try to withhold real estate from somebody based on any of these things, is the gist of it. So these are the things that have to be in all listing agreements, these 4. Why use a listing agreement? Tell me. Why? What's the point of a listing agreement? Who does that listing agreement protect? And this seems a little counterintuitive from everything that we've talked about as far as the Real Estate Commission, but that listing agreement was written by the Realtor Association. So do you think your client would be perfectly satisfied if you would be allowed to list their property without having it in writing? They'd love that. if you'd spent a bunch of time and money promoting their property with zero enforcement for them to have to honor. So essentially, even though we've really focused on that whole concept of the real estate commission is there to protect the client, and the code of ethics with the Realtor Association involves some client protection, but it also involves protection for us. So a listing agreement is there. There we go. To get us paid. It's proof that they agreed to pay us at a certain point. Property owner hires us to market their property and to procure buyers. Procure buyers. Did we have a guarantee in that listing agreement that says, I absolutely will sell your house? No. That listing agreement is that you're going to try your best. Now, there are some agents out there that do include a guarantee, but that's more of a marketing thing. Marketing, it's not something following the rules and laws. It's basically saying, hey, if it's to get people's attention, to give you a shot at maybe listing their house. And that guarantee, if you do know of, anybody seen such a thing? Someone guarantees some sort of performance. They're basically saying, if I don't do this thing, and I'm only doing this to get your attention, so you pick me instead of the other 35 people you're thinking about. But if I don't, I'll pay you some money or give you a discount. And there's fine print probably. And they're probably saying, but here are the rules. You got to keep using me, and I'll give you a percentage or a discount on my commission, but I'm not paying you anything unless we have a closed deal. All of that is probably in the fine print. It makes it a little less attractive as it did initially with the headline, doesn't it? Guaranteed to sell your house. Because if I don't sell it in 3 weeks, then I'll give you a 0.002 reduction of commission, but only if I do end up selling it and then we close successfully, and then I give you a discount. It's like tax tag, title fees, all that fast talk at the end of the car commercial. But anyway, that's what those are about. So that listing agreement is about us, really. Code of ethics when you belong to the Realtor Association. Article 16 of the Code of Ethics. You will take an orientation class learning what the Code of Ethics is. What is it about the Realtor Association? It's there to protect the consumer, but it's also there to help dictate what goes on between brokers. Broker to broker nonsense. Because if the real estate commission is all about protecting the consumer, who do you go to if you have a dispute with another broker at another firm because maybe you think they misbehaved or stole one of your clients or tried to? Don't bother the real estate commission with that. They don't care. They might care, but they're not going to do anything about it because unless it hurts a consumer. So you would go to the Realtor Association when it's about money disputes between you and another firm or another broker. Here's one that shows up. This one says, the short answer says, don't steal other agents' clients. That's what this is about. The long version for it is tortious interference with contractual relations. You're trying to poach. And I've seen this pop up in I've seen this be kind of fuzzy. There's some gray area. I've seen on some real estate agent Facebook groups, private groups, just agents. Somebody will say, I went into my listing after a couple of showings, had a full day of showings, and when agents leave behind their business cards, they do that to make sure that the seller knows that they actually showed up. That's the intended purpose. But some agents have turned that business card they leave behind basically into a brochure. They've made it like double the size. They might be asking leading questions or plugging a website or some sort of basically they're trying to get the seller thinking maybe I should fire my current person, see if they'll let me out and hire this person. And so there's a question mark. Is that really okay? Or should they be limited to only leaving behind a business card for the intended purpose, proven that they actually showed it? Or did they have to skip it? And the seller had to be out of their house for 2 hours and the show had never happened. It's almost like, did you really show up? So, were you trying to steal them? What about this? If somebody knocks on the door, even though they see a sign in the yard, that's probably going to get them in trouble. for tortious interference with contractual relations. Don't go. Skip that one. If you're knocking doors to generate business, don't knock on the doors of listed properties. You're probably going to be guilty of this. Or you call, or it's your neighbor and the sign pops up, some other agent, and you're like, "Ugh, they know I just passed my real estate exam and I'm new in the business. Why'd they list with that person?" And you go knocking on the door, mad at them because they're your friend, and have cul-de-sac parties and cookouts with them, and you think that you can be that way with them. Hey, you fire them right now and hire me because I can do it just as well as... No. Even if you're friends, even if you have that relationship, you just violated this Article 16. We can't steal other people's clients, can't try to. You sometimes will get, you ever got the card in the mailbox from a broker, and they say it might be some cutesy little holiday or seasonal greeting like the fall or Christmas or something, or holidays, happy holidays. Somewhere I'll bet in fine print at the bottom it says, if your property is currently listed for sale, this is not intended to be a solicitation of that listing. Pretty smart. You better put that on there, because you're mailing without checking. I mean, if you're mailing out thousands and thousands of cards, it'd be kind of annoying to have to check each one to see, is this listed right now? Is this listed? Because you're mailing every month for a year. So that probably is going to be okay. But if it's a single, you're sending a letter to that one person, that might get you in trouble. So don't steal other people's clients. Then we get to this one. Who gets calls, even though you feel like you're on the do not call list? Are you still getting solicitation calls? I do. I get texts. I get calls. I've gotten a lot more texts in the last year about all kinds of stuff. I used to be, that texting inbox was pretty limited just to friends and family, but now it's like, another one. So here's how the do not call list works for us. Same way. Can we call just anybody and try to get their business? No. Got to check that list. There are agents on lead generation websites and Facebook groups that will say, don't worry about it. By the time you get caught, you would have earned so much money, it won't even matter. But I think they're up to like a $40,000 first violation fine. And I do know that there is litigation right now of a major firm that you would all know. I won't say it. Don't put it in the chat. That got in trouble. Them and one of their agents, the agent used a service provided by the firm, like automated texting, to go out to expired listings that were on the market, and the expiration date came and went, and now it's off the market, but they had tried and failed to sell. So a lot of homeowners will get calls, but this was one where it was texts, and she spent so much on the campaign that she was just sending these texts out, just dozens and hundreds. And so by the time it all got caught and somebody complained, they did their research, like a $40 million settlement, I believe. Something crazy. Anyway, here are the rules. You're allowed to call people on the do not call list. So here's the question. Are you allowed to call people on the do not call list? Yes. In these situations. If they have worked with you and bought something from you. And keep in mind, this is the list in general, not just for selling houses, but for selling anything. But as it pertains to brokers, if they closed a house with you and used you to help them buy something or sell something, then you can still call them even if they're on the do not call list for up to 18 months after that purchase. Now I'm going to add a little caveat, a little asterisk to that. In the course of the weeks and weeks and maybe months involved in a real estate transaction, if you're not making friends with them, you're doing it wrong. Because there is a little exception for personal relationship. You can develop a personal relationship. Hopefully you're going to end up at a closing and they're not going to be mad at you for calling them 19 months after purchase, or 20 or 36 or years and years and years. See what I'm saying? So, but the rule you need to know for this class, for this test, is You're allowed to call people on the do not call list 18 months, up to 18 months after they work with you to buy something or sell something. Last purchase. What if they go to your website, plug in their contact info because they want more info on one of your listings? Well, then you can contact them even if they're on the do not call list. You can contact someone like that for 3 months after that inquiry. If it's just an inquiry, 3 months. They'll paint a scenario. They'll write it up in the test question, paragraph, and they'll talk about how Greg went to the website of a broker and asked about a particular listing, and that broker, and this was on September 1st, and that broker called them back on January 3rd, and they were on a do not call list. Is the broker guilty? You're going to need to add up days. September 1st to January 3rd. Is that more than 3 months? Yes. So yes, agent's guilty. Agent should be probably going to be getting in trouble about this one. What if the days add up to 3 months or less? Then they're good. They're okay. They're allowed to call within 3 months after an inquiry, but not more than. What if that for sale by owner seller is on the do not call list? Can we call them to tell them why they're stupid for trying to sell it on their own and why they should hire us to list it for them? Is that okay? Versus, that was A. B, can we call them because we legitimately have a buyer who's interested in their house? And they're a seller with a house to sell, and we have a buyer who might want to buy that house. Real buyer, not a pretend cousin that we're going to take in case we get backed into a corner and it's not really true. See what I'm saying? So we cannot call them if we're just trying to do a listing appointment, because that's not why they put the sign in the yard. It's not why they advertised. They did it so that they could sell their house by themselves on their own. And I bet 8 out of 10 agents who call for sale by owners don't really have a buyer for that house. They're just trying to get out there with an appointment face to face and subtly or blatantly say, you know what? I could probably get this thing sold for you real quick. Has this been inconvenient? Have you tired of it yet? Because we know that they're probably going to give up. Some do successfully manage to pull it off on their own, sure, but many don't. And the agent who can be there in place, front of mind consciousness when they're ready to give up is probably going to get the listing. So it's not a dumb thing to do, but if that seller is on the do not call list and that is why you're talking to them, you're in violation. But if they are on the list, on the do not call list for sale by owner, sign in the yard, and you have a buyer who has said, hey, there's a for sale by owner on ABC Street. Would you call them and check them out for me? Now you're good. You're okay. You can contact them all day long because that's why they put the sign up. You've got a buyer for them, maybe. Doesn't mean you got to take your buyer there the first visit either. And you shouldn't, probably, in my opinion. Talk to your BIC. Great question, because that's another point that we need to mention here. It's not on this slide. How do you know if they're on the list or not? You look at the list. You can look at the list. I didn't mean that to sound sarcastic. You can access the list. You can buy access to it. You can use companies that will scrub that list for you. In real estate, a common one is called RedX. Look up redx.com and pay them for lists of expired listings for sale by owners. And they will cross-check those people to see if they're on the DNC list too, and save you time from having to go line by line and doing it one by one searches. But you could do it that way as well. But there is an actual DNC list that you can go find. You could it's probably at a government. I don't know off the top of my head, but if you Google search do not call list, they'll point you to it. Top 5 will probably be one of them. And you can see the list, or you can just use one of these services. RedX is one. What's another one? There's several that you'll, and I've seen subscriptions and lists you can buy for $100 a month, $300 a month. Depends on which stuff you want. Do you want emails? Do you want phone numbers? And I know the people that use these strategies quite a few of them, they call the do not call numbers anyway. They're gambling, but it's an expensive penalty. And then may not call to solicit listings of anybody else ever, right? We can't try to get the listing of other people ever. Oh, and finally, last thing that I was thinking about, Victor, when you just said that, the list that you use has to be scrubbed every 30 days. In other words, it better be a 30-day or younger do not call list. Don't think you can defend yourself if you get caught saying, well, it was on my list that they were okay to call. When was your list? From last February. That's not going to save you. You got to prove that you've got to have a current list as of 30 days or less. That's it for do not call stuff. I'll see you back here in 10. Enjoy the break. All right, let me find our spot here. There we go. Okay, so recap. Can you call people on the do not call list? Yes. Within 18 months of last purchase. Within 3 months of a consumer inquiry. Oh, sorry. Thank you. There we go. Can you call people on the do not call list? Yes. Within 18 months of last purchase. Within 3 months after consumer inquiry. If they're a for sale by owner and you really do have a real buyer that's interested in their house, but not if you want to do a surprise listing attack, surprise attack listing presentation, not allowed. If they're on the and not even if they're not on the list, that's just tacky. Listings of other firms, can't solicit them either. That's all about what? The do not call list is about phone calls, and texts fall under that category too. They do not include mailing and door knocking and emails, which I always kind of have to smirk about. Guess what? The government who wrote the do not call laws says, yes, please mail all you want and pay the United States Postal Service a whole bunch of money to do so. We're not making a do not mail list. We stand over our garbage can, and that proves it, don't we? Every day. Probably maybe 1 or 2 things you get in the mail. Everything else goes straight to the bin. So do not call list, not do not mail. And people door knock too. Be careful though. Might not be well received. It's certainly going to be, you will earn some calluses. Your feelings might be hurt. And I'd say heed the signs. If they say don't solicit, no solicitors, talk to your BIC. Do you still want to knock even though they say no solicitors? You might get a worse, even more rude awakening. If so, but email. Can you email? Can you fax? I know nobody has a fax, but the emailing and the faxing have a little requirement that goes along with that too. Do you get emails? Do you get junk emails? What do you find on the email? At the bottom of the page, fine print, the very bottom of the email. Is there a way to stop getting that email? Yeah, there it is. As long as you include a way for them to opt out, unsubscribe, you can send emails, batch emails. There's other, it's Constant Contact, it's MailChimp, all these different places. There's a bunch of different ones. Will set one up for you, and you can send out to big chunks of emails at the same time. If you find a way to accumulate those emails, you could buy lists. The best way is a long game, and that is to create ways to get people to email you asking to be on your newsletter or asking for things that you offer, and accumulate a list over time. Might be people that visit you at an open house. Might be buyers that call and maybe never buy, but they're now on your email list because you ask them if they want to be. And you've built up this list of several hundred, maybe thousands over the years. Now that's a different list than something you just bought off the street, so to speak. That's a list of people that actually gave you permission once upon a time. They might eventually opt out, some of them, but you want to work on an email list, by the way. This is not in the syllabus. This is not going to help you pass the test, but make an email list, build one over time, because even if Facebook blows up and is no longer, or YouTube or any socials, and all of your millions of subscribers along with it, because that's what you're in jeopardy of when you have a lot of following on socials, is only as good as that social is around. And there have been a few that went away. But if you have an email list, that is sort of eternal. And now you actually have a thing, a way to reach them, even if they go off of those socials. And if you go off of Facebook or something, Instagram, you've got a direct line to them. So if you do send out emails, include an unsubscribe. We might have talked about this in the comment section related material, but can we compensate a broker from another state for referring business to us? Yes, but. Yes, but. It's one of those yes, buts. Here's a situation. A Virginia agent. Thank you, Victor. My favorite answer. A Virginia agent licensed in Virginia, actively licensed, calls you and says, hey, my grandma wants to buy down there in your town. Would you pay me a referral fee if I send her your way? And you'd probably say, sure, be glad to pay a referral fee for a piece of business, whatever it might be. Could be 20, 25, 30, could be anything. It's negotiable. Agent to agent referrals, you'll work it out. So the next thing they say is going to be important. Okay, great. Well, I'm going to drive her down there on Saturday, and she and I will ride around in the car with you while you show her properties. What do you say to them in that moment? Is that a sure, come on down, or is that a wait a minute, I have an important thing to discuss? There you go. Joseph knows the trick to this question. You'd have to say, well, if you want to accompany your grandma, I can't pay you the referral fee. That's it. They can still come, but it can't be a referral fee. What if they only wanted you to pay them the referral fee because they were going to turn around and give it to the grandma? They could accomplish the goal of giving the money savings to grandma without involving them in a referral fee. You could get around the rule, in other words. They could, if they insist on driving grandma here and going around with her, here's the problem. They are not going to be able to help themselves from giving real estate advice. They're a realtor. They're a broker in another state. Doesn't matter. Just because they're in this state, not that state, they're not going to shut up about it. They're going to give grandma advice. And if you're paying them a referral fee, it's illegal for them to give grandma real estate advice in a state in which they're not licensed. That's what the test question is looking for, geared toward. So watch out for that. So if they have an active license in their state of residence, they need to stay home. They cannot engage in brokerage in North Carolina. They're licensed in Virginia or South Carolina or wherever. They cannot look at the houses in person with you. They cannot give advice to grandma. Now, all of that said, the title of this slide is compensating them. If they say, well, then don't pay me a referral fee, can you just give grandma a rebate on your commission equivalent to what that referral fee would have been? Yeah, you can. Can you give a rebate to your buyer in general, regardless, forget about this topic in general? You can give away all of the commission that you are making that you want to and that your BIC will allow you to. But that's it, right? It's like, okay, sure. And I've seen some agents run billboard ads that say, let me be your buyer agent and I'll give you a 1% rebate. Whatever my buyer agency commission is, I will give you some of it. I'll rebate it to you. Why can you do that? They're not licensed. Did any of you think about that when I just said that? Did you think, well, but Neil, that client that doesn't have a license, how can you pay them? Well, you're not paying them a referral fee. You are a broker in the transaction. They are a principal to the transaction, and you are allowed to give them money if you want to. So that's allowed. It wouldn't be a referral fee. It'd be a discount. If you are listing someone's house, helping the seller, you could charge that seller 5% or 4% or 3% or 6%, right? You could say, well, seller, I normally choose to charge 6.5%, but if you're going to also let me help you buy one after we sell yours, then I'll do it for 5.5%, long as I'm making a commission when you buy. And you can wheel and deal like that as long as your BIC and firm policies allow it all day long. What if you're a buyer agent and the situation arose somehow that the seller wanted some kind of money for some reason? Could you give the seller some money from your commission? Sure. You're a broker in the transaction. They're a party to the transaction. And you could set that up again with your BIC's approval. But this thing, we're saying compensating an out-of-state broker with a referral fee, they've got to follow some rules. They've got to engage. They cannot engage in brokerage in North Carolina because they don't have a North Carolina license. They cannot come with you. They got to let grandma get here by herself. They can't even come into the state. You might listen to some other videos by some other instructors and they make a huge deal about this and just really hammer the point home. Don't even come into the state. If it all blows up, goes sideways and gets crazy and the commission gets involved because of a complaint, yeah, all of that's going to be looked at. They're going to be investigating. Did that broker come here? Did you pay that Virginia, that West Virginia, that Tennessee broker, even though you knew they came into the state and gave grandma advice? And it might go poorly for you if the answer is not the right one in real life complaint situation. Because we know this, whether they come here and follow the rule, come here or stay there, when grandma gets back to the hotel, if they obediently stayed in their home state, she's calling them and she's telling them how the day went and they are giving her advice, but you're not in the room. You can't control that, right? So they're going to do what they're going to do. But this is the stuff that's within your power. If you find out that they came here, that they followed around, I mean, you'd probably see them tailing you, but you can't pay them. Got to let them know. Another one. We're going to talk about the Sherman antitrust laws. Sherman antitrust laws. This is a combination of rules that fall under Sherman antitrust. One of them is this. You can't have monopoly. You can't monopolize the market. You can't hurt the consumer by forcing them to use you. Sort of like the phone company, but we won't go there, right? Some certain utilities, it's like they dominate the market. What competition do they have? So Sherman antitrust laws are enforced by Federal Trade Commission, the FTC. Yep, there we go. Preventing monopolies that limit competition that's available to consumers. How does that look? What's that look like? The biggest one, the most testable one, and the one that gets violated the most out there in the wild, including on Facebook groups, is this. If I ask you this question, tell me in the chat, what's the standard commission rate? What have you seen out there for commission rates? What's the standard industry commission rate? Got some mixed answers here. And don't feel bad because agents answer it all of these ways all the time. And from here forward, you have to stop. Stop giving a number. We cannot say there's a standard. There is no standard. That's a Sherman antitrust violation. Because by saying there's a standard commission rate, we're implying that the consumer has no choice. And that's harming the consumer. We've got to say this. Commission rates are negotiable. And it's true too. While we might hear certain numbers pop up more than others, whether in our own personal transactions or just out there floating around on TV shows, in the media, now that we're in the business, once you're a broker in the business, you've got to enforce this. You've got to help retrain people and protect yourself by answering this properly. This would be a prime question that could be shopped to you. What do I mean by that? There are shoppers, guys. You know what shoppers are? People who call you seeing if you know the rules and are following them. People who are calling you claiming to be a potential buyer, but they are really an employee at a governing agency, seeing if you know how to answer properly. And if somebody called you and said, hey, what's the standard commission? And you said, oh, it's 6%. And they're a shopper, you're in trouble. You're getting in trouble. You're getting some sort of a disciplinary action of some sort, right? It would probably be, it could be a fine, could be anything. But look out for that. They also shop when it comes to fair housing violations. There was a sting operation done in Long Island not long ago because a lot of Long Island brokers got in trouble because they were frankly violating fair housing categories. They were steering and blockbusting. Those are things where you scare people using threats of other certain protected classes taking over an area or pointing them to a neighborhood because this is where people like you should be, that kind of thing. Cringy stuff. and they got a bunch of brokers were doing it wrong. So yes, for sure. For sure. Who was this, you say? Got it. I gotcha. Yeah, I'll bet you did run into that, because I think in property management and leasing, there are a lot more fair housing violations than in the sales side even. But they're still all over. It's disgusting, and they're all over the place. So yeah, I'm not surprised. And she's exactly right. That's how that goes. They can call, and then they're trying to keep, make sure the industry stays at a certain level. But great point. Deborah makes the great exceptional point there in the chat. Can you say that your firm has a standard commission? Yes, you can. That is allowable. You can say my standard commission rate is this, or my firm's rate is this, but you can't say there's an industry standard, because that implies, again, that the consumer doesn't have a choice. Price fixing is what it really amounts to. When you say there's a standard rate, you're price fixing. So we can't set fees or commissions as an industry or a group, as an MLS group. Like we have Canopy MLS that serves all of Charlotte and some of Asheville, and Raleigh's got an MLS, and Wilmington. And there's probably, I think I heard maybe a dozen or so, maybe 13 MLSs across the state. And so as an MLS, Canopy MLS couldn't say, here in the Charlotte area, we are going to charge this, right? Everything is negotiable. Commissions are negotiable. As an association, like the Realtor, let me show you. I'm not sharing. Like the Realtor Association, there we go. It doesn't matter. Or a group of firms. Maybe there's like 4 or 5 big firms that band together and say, let's cooperate with each other, but try to maybe steer the business a little bit. And as a group of firms, we're going to say we're all going to charge 5%. At least, just to kind of help combat against these discount brokers, quotation marks. We got 2 problems in that sentence. Number one, they are promoting price fixing and trying to get it set in place. Number 2, you shouldn't use the word discount broker. What do I mean by a discount broker? The better term for that type of strategy is a limited service brokerage model. Limited service, what does that mean? It means that you're doing a portion of the business and you're charging them just for that piece. It's sort of a la carte, right? It's like, if you want whipped cream on the sundae, we'll charge you 10 cents extra. So if all they want is to put their listing in the MLS, you'll charge them $1,000. Oh, you want professional photos, not just iPhone photos? Well, there's another $200. Oh, you want aerial as well? There's another $100. Oh, you want me to help you negotiate and actually manage the showings? And that's another 1%, right? They cut and paste together instead of one all-inclusive number. And that's allowable, but it's called a limited service brokerage model. If you were to call it a discount broker, just like, that's just a discount broker. All they do is put you in the MLS for $500 and they never call you again. You're basically implying that there's a discount of something that's fixed or standard, right? So it goes back to the price fixing thing. So group of firms, group of individual brokers, all of that is not allowed. Can't get together and say, we're going to make this the standard. Each company says, this is my commission, or they might have a rule or policy that says, we want you to charge 6%. If you choose to negotiate down, we're still going to expect our portion based on the 6. But if you wheel and deal and go down to 5, you're going to have to do the math as if it were 6 and give us that amount, and you're going to have to take the entire cut yourself. But other firms might say, we'll split whatever you bring in the door, according to whatever the split is between the broker and the firm. It's all negotiable, guys. If you don't like what a firm has to offer, there's plenty of firms out there. There's 17,000 firm licenses. Some of them are like me, one little guy, not an option for anybody because I'm not hiring, but there's quite a few for you to pick from. So there's no such thing as a standard. Each firm sets their own. All commissions are negotiable. And by the way, sometimes if they say, would you do it for 4% or X percent? You can just say no, right? You can just say, no, I can't afford to do it for that amount. It's not fair to my other clients, or that's not how I work, or I'm a full service broker and so I throw everything at the situation to get the house sold, and therefore it costs a certain amount, and it is what it is. If you want to find somebody that's a limited service broker, good luck. I wish you the best. Or you might do a mix. You might just, it depends, right? I did one. It didn't close. It didn't sell because he decided to take a break, but it was a past student and a past client, both. Somebody I met at the dog park, he and his girlfriend at the time, and that turned into helping them buy their first house together. They got married, and then he said, I might want to get my license, and when are you teaching a class? So he was in my real estate class, and he passed. And then a couple of years later, which was this past year, he said, I think we want to look into selling. Would you put it on the MLS for like X amount? And I agreed, because I don't have to answer. I am the BIC. So I was able to, and I knew he had been in the business for a little while and he knew how to do the other stuff. And so I just made a decision. And they changed their minds, and it was okay. I had not invested that much in it because he didn't want me to. He paid me a smaller amount for a smaller number of items on the to-do list. Here's another thing we can't do. We can't get together and cancel culture somebody. We can't cancel somebody. That's another word. The old school word is boycotting. We can't say, let's all get together. We hate this firm. They keep we don't like how this firm has taken over the market, so let's not ever show that firm's listings. Let's get together and not show ABC Realty's listings. There was a firm up in Salisbury years ago. I don't know if they still do this. There was like a bigger name hometown firm that really worked that town. And they would typically list at 6%, but they would pay, I think the breakdown was 2.55% would keep for themselves and pay 2.45% to the buyer's agent side. Not that much of a difference, but they gave themselves a little bit more of the split. Is that allowed? Sure. Builders do it all the time. They could have kept 3 for themselves or kept 4 for themselves and given 2 to the buyer agent side, the selling side. But because they did a little bit different, there were some people who were like, ugh, that's so annoying. Why don't they just split it evenly? Let's just not use them. Let's just not show their listings. But that would be boycotting, right? Same for service providers. You can't say, oh, we don't like how this inspector does his reports. This inspector writes up the reports, and they write up every little thing that's wrong, and they just turn it into this scary big document that kills. He's a deal killer because he writes up every little crack and every little loose doorknob, and it makes the whole transaction fall apart. Let's just all agree together as a group of firms or group of brokers to not ever use this inspector or not ever suggest him to our clients. Also not allowed. That'd be boycotting. And then another one is market allocation. We can't say, here's Charlotte, by the way. This really is Charlotte, as you can see there. We can't say, hey, realtor firm A, you get the northwest corner. Realtor firm B gets the northeast corner, and we won't go into each of your sections. Realtor firm C, southeast, realtor firm D, southwest. And so we'll stay out of each other's territory. Like maybe a group of 10 firms, we get together and say, this is your part, this is our part. Don't come here, we won't go there. That way, the consumer doesn't have the choice of shopping amongst possible real estate firms, right? Not allowed. Monopoly is what that would be. Market allocation, not allowed. So those are all fall under Sherman antitrust. What does it mean to earn a brokerage fee? We talked about that a little bit, I think. And first of all, here's where his fee shows up. Seller agrees to pay the firm a total fee of X percent. It could also be a flat fee because we could just put NA in that blank and use the big blank underneath. Or fill in the blank. It could be a number. $3,000. I've seen both. I've seen a builder used to pay out to buyer agents 2.5%. Then when the market got the way it is, they went down to 2%, and then they went to 1.5%. And then on some neighborhoods, they went to just a straight $4,000 on like a $500,000 or more neighborhood, which was probably equivalent to around the 1.5% range. So it's all negotiable. It's all, either one is, you can put it in there as you want to. And so it's in the listing agreement. Here's the testable item here. Test likes to ask you this. Where do we write between you and the client, you and the seller, where do we outline how much the commission paid is going to be? It's not going to be in the contract. The commission earned is never in the contract. There's two things that are never in the contract. Write these down. One is the commission, because we'd handle that here in this listing agreement. That's where the commission paid is going to be. It's not going to be handled and negotiated in the actual contract, though. Contracts to be between the buyer and the seller, not the agents. And the other thing that's never going to be in the contract is a limit of liability or a limitation of liability for the agent. The agent couldn't say, hey, I might be wrong about some stuff, therefore don't sue me, bro. Right? Don't hold me accountable for what I'm putting in here. Not allowed. That's what it's all about. To be a broker with a broker's license is reasonable skill and care. You better know what you're doing, and you can get in trouble if you don't. So you're not allowed to put a liability. We see a liability attempt sometimes in the MLS, and I don't know if this will maybe translate out to Zillow. If you look at Zillow or Realtor.com listings, sometimes you'll see an agent write, square footage has not been measured by the agent, to be verified by buyer agent, not responsible for any discrepancies. And you're like, yeah, you are. Putting it in there doesn't change anything. You're still responsible, within 5%, by the way. So compensation would be set into place in the listing agreement. Here's what it looks like. This is the actual listing agreement. In a minute. There it is. Okay, good. You have this in your Google Drive. So I'd say homework also, watch the blue shirt guy talk about working with agents disclosure and look the listing agreement up in the Google Drive. In fact, I'll make it easy, I think. Oops. There we go. And it's in the chat. So let's look at it. We're not looking at the whole thing. Let me just point out a couple things here. First of all, front page, the expiration. We said all agency agreements have to expire. There's where the listing one expires, front page. Tells what the property is, starts out with the street address, even though we know that's not a legal description. Here's where that goes. Whatever version of the legal description you've got. It could be the plat map reference. It could be the prior deed reference. One of those is probably the way it's going to be. Rarely is it actually meets and bounds in real life. You don't usually see that paragraph painted in here or pasted in here. It's usually one of those other two. There's the stuff about fixtures we looked at back in a couple chapters ago. But let me swing on down here. Here we go. Compensation. Seller agrees to pay the firm 6%. You're going to write it right in here. 5%, 4.5%, or 4.5%. Maybe then you write 6%, but I'll charge you 5% if I'm a dual agent. Actually, there's a place for dual agency a couple pages back here. But whatever exceptional situation you could write in there. And then if we keep on going, we know that we're charging them 6% maybe, but how much of that are we going to pay to the buyer side or the selling side? Where do we spell that part out? we don't need to spell it out in this big line. There's a place for it on the very next page right here. Are we cooperating with sub-agents at all, or are we cooperating with buyer agents? Well, either or both. Check the box. And so maybe if we are willing to pay a sub-agent maybe 2% and a buyer agent 3%, we'd put it right here. Right? We're going to say 3% if you're a buyer agent right there, 2%, or sorry, here, 2% if you're a sub-agent right there. Or 0. But here's where we talk about it with the seller and put it into writing. This is a listing agreement. Who's that between? You and your seller and your firm. Does the selling side, the buyer agent side, ever see this document? No. But the information spelled out about commissions paid to them is going to translate over to the MLS. And that's where we're going to tell the world what a buyer agent, or at least the subscribers to the MLS, what the buyer agent commission offered is going to be. Let's see. Here's our fair housing language, as we told you, promised you. There it is, top of that page. Talks about some dates. Talks about what we're allowed to do. Are we going to use this thing called coming soon as a strategy? What's that mean? Some markets do it, some markets don't. It really can be beneficial, but what it is saying is if you're using the coming soon status, it gives you a way to put the property into the MLS without letting it be shown yet. And the idea is, oh, we need to do some painting and some repairs for a couple of days. Then let's put it in the MLS with some pictures and just say, look, guys, it's coming soon. It's going to go active and be showable on Monday. But until then, all you can do is look at it here in the MLS. And by the way, there's very stringent rules surrounding coming soon. You cannot let it be shown. And different MLSs have different rules, but in our MLS, if a listing agent lets their listing be shown while it's in coming soon status, they could face a fine of $1,000 first offense, because you've given another firm or you've given somebody an advantage, and you can't give anybody an advantage, not even somebody in your own firm. If it's listed as coming soon, they can just see it online, but they can't show it till it converts to active. So that's what they're talking about here. By the way, with coming soon, they could still make an offer on it, even though they don't see it, which gets things a little interesting. Can you make a sight unseen offer? Yeah. But are they willing to risk it? Making a sight unseen offer? Yeah. In this market, they are. So that's what that is, if it's applicable. They'll let you put a sign up. Sometimes people say, I don't want a sign. I don't want my neighbors to know I'm selling. And you're like, well, the moving truck might give them a tip off later. So, but maybe in the beginning, they just don't want it to be kind of unknown. But whatever they let you do, it's where you put it. Advertise on somewhere other than the internet, whatever that means, right? The books, maybe billboards, bus benches, internet advertising. That's a bigger paragraph. And you can even drill down. There's actually an internet advertisement addendum that goes more detail and has limitations. Lock boxes and some other stuff we'll look at later. But to come back to the original point, here's what that slide was. Compensation is handled in the listing agreement, not the contract. So when do we earn? We saw that. We went by it just a minute ago. We saw it last week. I pointed it out to you then, I believe, unless I'm mixing you up. But let me show it to you here. When have we earned it? Not necessarily when we get it in our hands. We've earned it when we have produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. There it is. Yeah, fee is earned if a ready, willing, and able buyer is procured. But just because you've earned it doesn't mean you've received the money yet. So be careful about that. When have you earned it? Could be immediately when the offer gets accepted. Because if that buyer's ready, willing, and able from that point, meaning they're a cash buyer, don't need to get approved for a loan, are they ready and willing? Yeah, because they just made an offer. They're ready. They're willing. Are they able to close today if they needed to? If all the title work got done? Yeah, because they have cash. But what if they need to get a loan approved? Well, then it's going to be until that loan gets conditionally approved, and then they're able. What if that loan approval comes a week before closing? Then you've earned the commission. And what if 3 days before closing, the seller says, well, I just decided that I want to stay here. I don't care if they can sue me for specific performance. I'm out. I'm breaching the contract. Well, going to be a lot of complications because now that seller is probably going to get sued by the buyer for specific performance. They can also be sued by the buyer to be reimbursed for all the inspections that they had to pay and the due diligence money and have grounds to lose all of those things. And they are also going to be able to be sued by you for the commission because you've earned the commission. You produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. Ready and willing and able because the loan was approved. So that's when that matters. Yeah. I hope to never know. I don't know. I think it would be probably small claims court, but might depend on the numbers involved. I don't know what the max, somebody here might know if there's a maximum dollar amount of damages or whatever that applies to small claims. That might be jurisdictional. Okay, 10,000. That could easily be blown out of the water with commission. Yeah. 10 would be on like a $300,000 house. 3% of 300 is $9,000. And that's with no split between you and your firm. So yeah, it'd probably be the next thing up from whatever that is. Thankfully, I've never had to make that choice. Here's the thing. Do you want to be known as the broker who sues their clients? Well, of course not. But what if you're kind of forced to sue them? Why might you be forced to sue them? If you're a listing agent and that seller goes crazy and breaches 3 days before the closing, regardless of knowing all the things that can happen, what if the buyer agent who says, hey, Victor, you promised to pay me 3% of this sale price, and now the sale is falling apart. I'm suing your firm for my 3%. Well, now you're probably not going to, out of the kindness of your heart, pay that buyer agent because you feel bad. You probably will feel bad for them, but not so much so that you're going to pay them $9,000 or $18,000 or whatever. So you might have to sue your seller to get the money to pay that buyer, right? So it could get messy. May it never happen to any of us. So for the test purposes, when have you earned the fee? It's going to be before the closing. So look for that in the answer choices. You have not earned the fee when you close. That's when you're going to get paid the fee. You've earned it sooner than that. Procuring cause of sale is a phrase you might run across in the chapter. And what that means, sometimes brokers get cheated on. Sometimes people start working with one and they end up working with a different one. And sometimes the one they started working with feels like they were the procuring cause of sale. I was at a big independent firm in Charlotte in my first 3 years, and I was helping my buddy. He was a first-time buyer, and he went just on his own without me, not to go around me or anything, but just we didn't have any plans to get together. He just stopped by a new construction townhouse community that was in the area, not trying to do anything more than look at it. But he ran across a single woman who was visibly annoyed and upset. Turns out, being single himself, he was basically thinking he could hit on her, and he started talking to her, and she said, well, my agent brought me here in North Charlotte University area, 45 minutes and an hour if it's bad traffic, from South Park. The agent's from South Park. We got here to look at some houses, and he forgot his lockbox key. So he had to go back and get his key, and so he kind of basically let her just hang out there in the new model home of that new construction townhouse community. And so it wasn't just that, because that's just a mistake that anybody could make, but it was also, she was already annoyed at him. He was talking down to her. He was being kind of sexist. He was kind of being just a jerk. And she was kind of over it. And that was the icing on the cake. And so she decided she was done. She told my friend, well, I think I'm just going to fire this guy. I don't want to work with him anymore. And my friend said, well, call Neil. That's who I'm using. He won't forget his lockbox key. And I was very appreciative of my friend's attempt, right, to connect me with a new client. And she did. She called me and she explained the whole thing. Come to find out, my firm and the office I worked at in the university location was the same firm as his. He was in the same firm, but the South Park one. Same firm, different locations. And she said, I'm firing him either way. I'm not working with him anymore, period. And the only reason I'm giving you a shot, I'm kind of mad at your company in general for no good reason, but I'm just going to go pick a different company unless you can help me. And I'm only doing it because your friend vouched for you and he seemed like a decent guy. And so I said, well, let me talk to my manager because of the situation. And she said, okay, well, he's South Park, you're up here. Then as long as she officially tells him she don't want to work with him anymore. And I said, well, I've got one better than that. I've already asked her that question. And she doesn't even have a buyer agency agreement signed with him. And she doesn't even have a working with agents disclosure signed from him. Oh, how many of you just thought one is okay, but the other is not okay? She could have had a oral buyer agency with him. That's okay. But the working thing, if he's showing her property, he needs to have had that conversation. And she claimed that he did not. So he was, according to her, not doing the right stuff. Long story short, my manager gives me the okay to go ahead and work with her. And I start from scratch. I did not piggyback on his work. I didn't just swoop in there and make an offer on the one that he showed her and we got paid and blah, blah, blah. I ended up spending a whole month, took her to all over the whole city, South Charlotte, North Charlotte, East, West. But along the way, showing her probably 20 or 30 properties, some of which were along with her mom, which is not uncommon, right? First time buyer sometimes want the parents' opinions, and that's fine. Point is, I put in the work. And as Murphy's Law would have it, there were 3 houses that we looked at that he had also shown her back in the day. She bought one of them. One of the townhouses was one that he had shown her. Now, keep in mind, no buyer agency agreement, right? No oral buyer agency agreement either, for that matter. No working with agents disclosure. She was about to fire him and go to any other company but ours, if it not had been for me. So 3 days after I closed on that thing and got my check, my manager called me in the office and said, so-and-so down at South Park wants all the commission because he says he's the procuring cause of sale because he showed that same listing that she ended up buying. What do you think my answer was? No, thank you. She went back to him. He said, well, then I'll take half. And this is her talking to his manager, my manager talking to his manager. And I said, still no. Because I knew all the things that he had done by this point. She had told me all the stuff on the many, many trips we had been around. And I became friends with her, too, for that matter. We hung out at that point. And so that turned into more. He wanted 35%. And finally, my manager said, you know, Neil, sometimes in this business, we just need to sweep things under the rug. Let's just move forward. Go ahead and give him some money. And against my better judgment, she wore me down. My own manager tried this, and I went along with it. And I said, okay, I'll give him 20% just to be done with it. And he said, no, I want 30. And I said some words that I won't say, but you're all probably thinking that you probably would have said along with me. And I said, okay, 25. And he said, no, 29 or something obnoxious. And then I said, I'm done. I tried. I'm finished. And the next move was, well, then what could we do? He could have taken me to the realtor board and tried to enter a dispute with them, and we would have aired our own company dirty laundry. And so the managers said, let's not do that. Would you agree, both of you, that we have an in-house kind of a hearing with 3 managers that don't know either one of you? And we did that, and I won. Long story short. I showed the documentation. I got the girl to write me a letter saying I wouldn't have used him anymore and your company at all if it weren't for Neil, and he did great and blah, blah, blah. And I ended up getting to keep all the commission. So point is, he thought he was procuring cause of sale, but did he originate a series of events? Yes. Did he do so without a break in continuity? Not so much. And did it result in procuring a ready, willing, and able buyer? Yes. So the middle point was the fail point for him. Also, the lack of agency disclosures and things that he should have had that he didn't, and other things that kind of got messy for him. So that's what procuring cause of sale is. We're going to pick this up, finish out on chapter 8 tomorrow. Watch those working with agents videos, those little 2 5-minute videos by the commission blue shirt guy. And I'll see you then. See you tomorrow night.